Good morning. Well, people will probably continue to wander in, but I'm going to get started for the sake of time. Welcome to our fall 2023-24 ELPAC new coordinator training. I am Evan Bartelheim. I work for Los Angeles County Office of Education. It's my pleasure to welcome you here today online. Last time we met, for some of you at least, was here in person, but here for the fall, we decided to go virtual. And so hopefully that expands the number of people who can join us and makes it a little bit easier. I know it's kind of a busy time of year. Our training today is brought to you by the California Department of Education in conjunction with Sacramento County Office of Education. We are part of a broader coalition of county offices who support the coordinator training for both the CASP and the ELPAC. Our goal, let me just click over real quick. I want to share with you where we have some materials for today, and one of my colleagues can drop the information into the chat. And we have a Canvas page for today. And just so you know, so we had actually the links. If you weren't able to join us in June, we have all the resources up there as well. But there's on the landing page for the Canvas page, you'll see both the agenda for today, the agenda from the June meeting. I'm going to just open up the agenda for today. Slightly different view here because I'm in the teacher view. But you'll see we've linked the handouts. The note-taking guide for today is linked. The new coordinator checklist, which will have an activity where we dive into that. We'll make the presentation available to you. We are making some final changes, of course, always. And when we do these things, we'll upload it at some point, either during the break or at lunch today. But you'll have that available here. And then this includes kind of an overview. And then we'll add any other. We did add a few of in the module section. The handouts also, these are also linked, but the note-taking guide, you want to have that note-taking guide open probably as we go, so you can add to it, just make a copy for yourself. And the handouts have open as well for a reference. We'll refer to them on a number of occasions. I don't have them open myself. I'll do that in a minute here, so we can refer to them when we need to. And then the checklist, make sure you have a downloaded copy of that as well for our activities that require that. So getting back to the slideshow here. So throughout today, if you have any questions, we're going to use primarily the chat. So if you have any questions, drop it in the chat. We're a small group. If you have it, you can also raise your hand if you want to come off mute, and we'll answer your question live. We also will stop throughout the morning and answer questions kind of in bulk. So if you drop something in the chat, we don't immediately respond to it as possible. We're either going to answer it when we get to that break, or we'd like to always give really detailed question or responses to questions, including citing the CDE when possible, or ed code if necessary. So sometimes we hold off and we get those responses back to you later with a little more detail. We'll usually note that as well. Finally, if something occurs to you after the fact, you know, that realization, oh, I should have asked that, please don't hesitate to send us an email. We're happy. That's what we're here for, to answer these types of questions. So you can always email us at the dan@lacoe.edu. That's the easy way to get a hold of us. So without further ado, let me introduce my amazing colleagues, the members of our training team. We have, for my unit, we're the Accountability and Data Literacy unit. I've got Dr. Hillary Weissman. And then from our assessment unit here at LACOE, I've got Stephen Bartlett and Stephanie Fortunato. It's always convenient when you're emailing, because you just type in STEP and one of their names will pop up, and you just go with whichever one suits your frame of mind. And what else do we got here? So our especially online, I make this request for you. Try to be present. I know life is full of distractions. We too have distractions. If you're one of those lucky dashboard coordinators, there's a preview today. You may be tempted to go look at your preview on the dashboard, but we do ask that you pay attention. We all know that multitasking is a fallacy, that we can't do it. And so as best you can, we'll take breaks, use those breaks to check your emails, to look at other stuff, but please try to stay present and whatever it takes. If you want to make notes, the old-fashioned way on paper and pencil, or if you wanted to make your notes in your note-taking guide, but that might help to stay on task. We do have a number of things where we're going to engage you with materials, so hopefully you can participate in that and then have an active conversation. It'll definitely seal it in your memory a little bit better. So just a quick review of what we've done so far. In June, if you were with us in June, if you were already identified as a new coordinator at that time, you might have joined us for our in-person ELPAC full day. We did it here at LACOE. Maybe you're new though, but then subsequently there have been some online things that were thrown by SCOE and CDE, including the CASP Welcome webinar, the Receiving Results webinar. There was an accessibility webinar. Hopefully you're able to see that. All these things are recorded and archived, though. We'll talk about where you can find those. And then there is a summer CASP full day. So if you're a CASP coordinator as well as an ELPAC coordinator, you may have joined us when we had our in-person for the CASP. There's some overlap, obviously, with TOMS and some other elements of test taking. So you might have joined us for that. Then we also have, there was a student practice webinar, and now you're up to date. The fall ELPAC full day, hopefully won't take full day. We'll go over the agenda in just a minute. And then there's another fall CASP full day coming up on December, and I'm blanking on the timeline. Who's got it? Karina, do you remember off the top of your head? And then there actually is coming up in December, and I have it, it's linked on the, it's on December 6th, I believe. It's in the agenda. There's actually What's New in ELPAC webinar that's coming up. So you may want to check that out, that the CD is putting that on. It's specific to ELPAC. And I have the registration link, and it's actually there's a CASP and an ELPAC What's New. The registration link for both is in the agenda for today. And then pushing through till April, we'll see that preparing for scores in 2024. So lots to come up with that. Thanks, Karina. December 11th is our date for our CASP new coordinator training. So our agenda today, we're going to go extensive upfront. We're going to talk about preparing for testing because the summative assessment will be, the window opens in February. That's the next big thing. So we're going to talk a lot about preparing for testing. We'll also talk about the alternate ELPAC and all the steps necessary to make sure that you're prepared to administer the alternate ELPAC for those students who are eligible for the alternate ELPAC. Then we'll go into some areas of support, how to support your various constituencies during the testing period, your teachers, your site administrators. So what kind of support, and then very importantly, monitoring and security reporting, which it really is a critical task to stay on top of, making sure all your students who are eligible for summative ELPAC testing get tested, making sure if there's any issues with testing that they're reported and how that takes place. Then we'll talk about some post-test feedback. Or also, I didn't include it on this agenda, but it's on your agenda on Canvas. We're going to do, we're going to take a lunch break for about a half an hour today to let people get up and stretch, answer some emails. But then for those who want it, we're going to do some live demos. So we're going to cover a lot of stuff in the morning, but rather than kind of drift off and just make it theoretical, we're going to actually dive into those elements. So we're going to look at TOMS, we're going to look at Moodle, we're going to look at CERS. All that stuff will be in the afternoon. So that's the final half of the day. If you can join us for that, we'll do it live, so you can direct, joystick us a little bit and say, oh, could you open that or tell me how that works? It's a real hands-on dive into stuff. So our plans for today, our learning goals, we definitely hope you walk away from today with an adequate plan for testing at your school district or within your charter school. We want you to create a strategy for training your staff at your LEA. Whoever needs to be trained, including your folks who are going to be administering any alternate ELPAC. We want to utilize existing staff for support during testing, have a plan for that. And then also having a plan to analyze your post-testing data. I have a little poll here I want to launch here. Let's find out who's in the room. Okay. So I just launched a poll. So identify if you can, if you're from an elementary school district, unified school district, a high school district, or a charter school, or if you're an other. let us know. Give you another minute here to respond. And I'll show the results here in just a second. But in addition, if you wouldn't mind, just drop it in the chat. Your name, just a greeting, just to kick it off. Say where you're from, and what your specific role is, because not everybody here is specifically an LPAC coordinator. Whatever your title is, that would be really helpful, and maybe you make some connections to folks before the end of the day that you may find you have your neighbors, and you may have set up a nice little opportunity to interact. So I'm going to end the poll, and let's take a look at the results for today. So we've got a lot of folks from charter schools, and that's not surprising, since I think charter schools outnumber school districts in LA County by a rate of about 4 to 1, something like that. Also, I didn't mention, because we're online, I know we might have some guests from outside of LA County. If you include in your greeting what county you're in, if you're from outside the county, that would be great. So we see elementary school districts at 17%, unified is at 9%. No high school districts here today. And if you're in other, let us know. I occasionally get consultants, county offices who join us. If you're here from outside these main groups, love to know what brings you here today. And I think we're moving on now with a wondering. After you've greeted everybody, we're just going to use the chat, like I said, for anything today. Let us know, what is it you're wondering about today? Whether it's something pressing about the opening of the window. What is the big wondering that you have today that we can hopefully address, whether it's going to be built into the presentation we have, or if we can take it aside and bring it up, or even maybe something we can share with you when we do our live demos later this afternoon. What are you wondering about? What's got you concerned? Kelly, new to the role. Well, welcome. All things are helpful. Yeah, so there's a lot to know. Yeah, Patricia, welcome as well. Oh, Lisa, great. Yeah, how better to support LTELs prepare for the test? And that's our long-term English learners. That student group will now be part of state accountability. So yeah, the more we can help our long-term English learners specifically, probably the better off we all are. Who else has got their wonderings? Hi, Magdalena. Wondering how to better strategize when scheduling testing and preparing for the ELPAC. Yeah, that's hopefully within this room. We've got some folks who've got lots of experience in administering the assessments, and we'll be able to give you some good tips first of all, but just some personal insights. I think we've got everyone on the staff, whether it was site leadership or district leadership, has administered, responsible for administering assessments, and it is really a logistical challenge. All right, we'll continue to drop your wonderings in the chat. Hi, Tatiana. So you're first time coordinating. Okay, so you've done the testing before, so logistical support. Great. I think you'll get a lot out of today. Better preparing students for the ELPAC. Awesome. I think we can we'll be able to help everybody with some of their wonderings for today. So I am going to hand it over to Stephen. He's going to actually take over driving for a little bit. And so I'm going to stop sharing here.
Excellent. Thank you, Evan. Good morning, everyone. I'm Stephen Bartlett. I also work for LACOE, and our first section of the day is preparing for testing. And there is a lot of preparing to do. A lot of you have indicated an interest in looking at the logistics of this process. This is some of that logistics in preparing for testing. So in this section, we're going to cover the following. The TOM system, understanding the test operations management system, test scheduling with the initial LPAC versus the summative LPAC, including initial alternate LPAC and summative alternate LPAC, some general planning considerations, technology readiness and support, accountability, and the California School Dashboard, specifically the English Language Proficiency Indicator, or ELPI, what that will look like in 2023, and then a communication plan. So we're going to jump in with an overview of TOMS, the Test Operations Management System. June, if you were here in June, if you were not, you can check out the, I believe the recorded versions of those past presentations. In June, we talked a lot about the available user roles and how to add users to the TOMS system. Now is the time where the rubber really is going to hit the road. If you haven't yet entered your root users, you're going to need to do so now. You'll need to verify that the correct staff members are provided access prior to testing. Also, additional users are often needed for the summative LPAC as compared to the initial LPAC and initial alternate LPAC. Consider anyone who will need access for the summative alternate LPAC as well. There is a single TOMS system for LPAC and CASP. So if your users are already in TOMS for LPAC testing, you won't have to reload them into the system. Of course, they will need a role for LPAC if they have a role for CASP, and vice versa. If you wear both the CASP and LPAC coordinator hats, you'll have a feel for who is already loaded and who is not. If you don't, you'll want to work with your CASP coordinator so you are not duplicating work. While you'll only need to create each TOMS user account once, you'll need to assign user roles separately. For instance, if a site user oversees both LPAC and CASP at their school, that user will need to be assigned the roles of both site LPAC coordinator and CASP test site coordinator. You're going to match the assigned user role to the responsibilities that person is expected to complete so that they have appropriate access in TOMS. For LPAC, it's primarily assigning the roles of site LPAC coordinator and test examiner to the correct staff. There are resources available to help you in the process on the TOMS resources webpage, including 2 videos that describe how to enter users one by one or by using a batch upload file. Links to these resources are in the note-taking guide in that materials link that we dropped a little bit earlier. So you're going to need to monitor and adjust TOMS users all year long as staff changes and roles change, and you'll need to decide whether you, as the LEA LPAC coordinator, will create user accounts and assign roles for all of your LEA's users, or will you only create the accounts and assign roles for your site coordinators, your site LPAC coordinators, allowing them to create their site accounts for testers. Whichever way that you decide to manage it, you may need to provide your site coordinators with training. So generally, what's going to happen if you have a larger school district is you're going to find that users will change and roles will change without you being notified. And so having site coordinators control who is in a test examiner role at a site level, often that management will benefit that piece of the communication puzzle. Oftentimes, a LEA coordinator will do a beginning of year upload of everyone who's in the system currently, purge any staff who've departed from prior years, pull that prior year's list and edit that, including that removal and the addition of new staff. And then the day-to-day management will be done by a site coordinator. Of course, if you have your site coordinators doing that, they may deactivate accounts, which may cause an issue with reactivating accounts as a teacher, for example, moves from one school to another. Your TOMS at a glance dashboard will display data that can assist you in administering the LPAC, including student demographics of your LEA, student counts, your testing windows at your LEA, your material orders, your test completion rates, and the orders tab in TOMS. And we'll have a chance to look at each of these tabs when we're doing the after lunch hands-on. The orders tab in TOMS, when logged in as an LEA LPAC coordinator role, is where you'll go to place the primary orders for the K through 2 writing domain, and to order supplemental materials if you run out and need more. And if you miss that primary order window, you can always do your primary order during the supplemental ordering window. When determining the number of books to order, there's a template. They template out what they expect. You can use that current enrollment history data from your LEA in that template to project. But if you have something expected that is completely different, you would, of course, use those projections in that order. You can also track your orders using the tools in the section of TOMS. It's important to only order the amount of materials that you'll need. Order overages may result in additional costs to your LEA. So current charges are approximately $2.50 per answer booklet. And that's only charged if you over order over a certain percentage. So overage costs can add up quite quickly. For additional costs for other printed embossed materials such as Braille, you can refer to the ELPAC fee-based services link in the note-taking guide. But those embossed materials, that Braille, is quite a bit more expensive in terms of overage charges. It's best to be conservative when ordering. Verify enrollment shifts in other schools first, and redirect materials. Let's say you have 2-3 schools in an LEA. You can move materials between LEA reserves. They'll send you a little bit extra that you can work with as an LEA reserve, and then you can send between schools. You can use the supplemental order option as needed, and those supplemental orders arrive between 10 to 14 days. So don't leave the supplemental ordering to the last minute, or you may find yourself out of a window. There are additional tasks that are going to need to be completed in TOMS before testing. Those include checking student demographic data for accuracy, including reclassification status changes as needed. Reclassification is a rolling year-long window. Therefore, each LEA will complete reclassification processes at different times of the year, depending on when their students consecutively meet all 4 criteria. So that reclassification will affect, of course, whether or not a student's going to test with the summative LPAC. And making sure that that data is in CalPads is going to be essential in ensuring that the student is not possible to be tested in the LPAC system. Oftentimes, we'll use processes embedded into the LPAC systems to drive whether or not we test individual students, and those are all dependent on current and up-to-date record keeping that has been delivered to the CalPad system, both through your record keeping in your SIS and that delivery of that information to the state system. So best practices in validating that demographic data on both sides, making sure they match, making sure your LEA information in your student information system, your understanding at the local level matches the understanding that the systems state maintains has as well. So that includes also assigning designated supports and accommodations for students in the test settings tab and adding those as those are needed. So do any of my colleagues want to add any practices that they check for when working with student demographic data for accuracy?
You know, Stephen, this year a big one is it's a change in CalPADs that have new language codes. So that I haven't heard a lot from the field, but the languages codes have changed. I'm wondering if anybody during the initial LPAC has encountered any of these out in the field. But that's something certainly that you want to be working with your CalPADs coordinators. Primarily, you need to just any new students have to have the updated language codes, but they may have presented challenges identifying based on the home language survey. Well, now there are multiple versions of certain languages. Have you encountered anything with that yet?
Yeah, if you're encountering something like that, you'd please come off mute or drop a note in the chat.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I encountered something like that. This is Lisa Saxon. And what I did was have the CalPADS coordinator pull reports for me. And then my multilingual program assistant and I went through and manually changed a few that needed to be changed. We ran into problems, especially with a few of the Spanish ones. But it really was just pulling 2 reports and cross-checking.
Great. Thanks, Lisa.
Yeah, that cross-check process is really important at pretty much every level, and that may mean getting access or working with your CIS staff or working with CalPAD staff and making sure that those lines of communication are open. All right, so we're going to ask 3 questions. What tasks have I already completed this year in TOMS? What other tasks do I still need to complete? And what tasks am I not sure about that I still need some help with? So you're welcome to come off mute or drop a note in the chat on one of those 3 questions. What tasks have I already completed? What tasks do I still need to complete? What tasks am I not sure about that I still need some help with? So it's the type of thing you might sit around and talk about in a table group. We're a pretty small group here, 32 people. We can talk about that in general group. Anybody have tasks they're not sure about that they need some help with, or things that they need to complete?
Stephen, Tatiana asked in the chat a pretty good question just about best practices for communicating to teachers the designated supports or to the coordinator, so the coordinator can upload to accommodations. So that back and forth, that needs to take place.
Yeah, that's a really important question, and ensuring that IEP teams and teachers are part of that process of determining what the testing environment looks like, so it matches that that daily classroom environment, and the student can function to the best of their ability, and that testing environment is the most accurate reflection of their actual ability is really essential. There are some processes that ETS and CDE have provided, including the ICEP tool, including the matrix for facilitating that discussion, from maybe an IEP perspective, facilitating discussion from a teacher perspective, and limiting what might go into a list of accommodations assigned by a teacher, by limiting it to those available as designated supports or universal tools. It's also really important to have a student platform or practice with those tools in in a interim assessment or a practice test, and make sure that they're working for them. One of the most common issues that that I tended to see was all EL Spanish speakers would have been at a single site given a stack translation with Spanish, and that would give you, at the time, it would give you Spanish instructions for everything, and that worked for some kids, but not every student. So they have the ability to turn that off now currently, but that would create a lot of confusion for some kids who were ELs, but did not function in that other language.
Can I just add to that too? I mean, Tatiana, I mean, one of the things that I always say when it comes to, you know, knowing that it's the site coordinators who have the access to upload that into TOMS, you know, really starting this process earlier, the better in the year. We know that, you know, summative testing is, you know, starts in February. So, you know, providing that training for your staff as to what those available accessibility resources are that are available for, you know, your designated supports and your accommodations that Stephen was just mentioning. I know he touched on using that ISAP tool. That would be a great tool to use if you're not familiar. You can get information about that on the ELPAC site. But there's some videos too that really show that how that ISAP tool works. So that might be a great place, is, you know, have your teachers kind of complete and use that ISAP tool and get that information to the coordinators, then that template, so that they can go ahead and upload those supports easily. But the sooner the better. I know we're already just about at December, and so that's always my recommendation, is when it comes to those accessibility supports, is to really get them going. Oh, there's the demo video. Thanks.
Yeah, I just thought there's a number of short videos. I think that's another great way, because I do think, very interestingly, I think that's the TOMS data file for ELPAC last year. We were able to see, like even looking at our own LACOE results. Oh, look at how many designated supports were identified by site, right? And so you see some trends, and it makes you wonder, like, okay, well, was that the site coordinator driving that? Did the teachers all get together? So at least having some kind of coordination and collaboration that includes understanding what each of these tools provides might be helpful. So having access to these videos might be a good jumping off point to make sure you share that with your site coordinators.
And Tatiana, I mean, I see that you asked additional questions. I always kind of give like a deadline. Like I needed everybody to provide, you know, I was the site coordinator. I gave a deadline, you know, December 15th, and said that I needed to have all of that information submitted to me. I see that you're mentioning also that the ISAP tool looks complicated. I know that there are some districts who have like created like a template that they use. They share it with their staff. They all complete it on a template. I always had them kind of do that. This is, you know, years ago, but so that I could then I could collect it and keep it, or I could keep it in a Google Drive folder for like just sort of like checks and balances, so that I knew that they were providing me with that information, but then I was going ahead and like putting it into TOMS directly. So I sort of, you know, had those forms that I would collect. So it kind of differs. The ISAP tool is one version. You might want to create a template. I think we've had some of our LEAs who've shared out templates that they've created before. But give yourself like that deadline so that you have the time to then go into TOMS and input those in. So hopefully that helps a little bit more.
Mary Marderosian indicated that she ordered already, but she's not sure if she ordered IEP specific. Typically, the ordering will be of paper materials and will be limited to the writing and the writing ordering that might be IEP specific would be limited to Braille and large print. So if those are populations you serve at your LEA, those IEPs would specify whether or not a student needs to use Braille or large print for the assessment. That would drive that ordering. I'm going to hand it over to Stephanie now to move on to the next section, test scheduling, and we can look at some of these questions, put them in the parking lot until the lab session at the end.
Okay, great. All right, perfect. Okay, so well, before we get started, on test scheduling. One of the questions that seems to come up year after year is whether there is an opt-out process for the LPAC. And so we just want to make it clear that federal law, requires that all English learners are assessed annually each year for English language proficiency until they meet that reclassification criteria. So it's really important to note there is no opt-out option for the LPAC. So we just wanted to kind of start off by stating that from the get-go. So with that, let's go ahead and talk about your local testing window. Now, a lot of the test preparation includes the development of testing schedules at the school sites. However, unlike CASP testing, you won't actually be setting an official window within TOMS. So that being said, you can determine when you want to do the testing at each of your school sites. So we recommend that you complete that reclassification process prior to the opening of the administration window so that you don't maybe, accidentally administer a summative LPAC to students who were already identified for reclassification. So, but please do keep in mind that if students do enter your LEA outside of the site testing windows, you will need to make arrangements to test those students. So remember that for the initial LPAC and the initial alternate LPAC, you'll be testing eligible students throughout the year within those 30 calendar days of a student's initial enrollment date. Now, the LEA must also accommodate for your non-public schools, or what we refer to as the NPS schools, those sites as needed. And also, as the LEA coordinator, you must contact those NPS sites to ensure that tests are accessible and that they're completed within the testing window. Now, as a reminder, the summative LPAC and the summative alternate LPAC testing window is from February 1st through May 31st. So when you're doing some planning ahead, whenever you plan for your testing to begin, you want to make sure that you've done the necessary advanced planning. So you want to consider, were applicable testing materials already ordered? And will they be delivered in time for preparation and for your first day of testing? Now, if needed, were materials ordered also for the summative alternate LPAC? You'll want to think about, have all test examiners been trained prior to the first day of testing? In other words, has the calibration in Moodle been completed? Also thinking about, were the appropriate test settings selected in TOMS 48 hours before testing begins? So you'll want to refer back to the LEA LPAC coordinator checklist to help you to stay on track with your testing schedule. And again, we've put that link to the checklist you'll find in your note-taking guide. All right, so let's talk about some test time estimates. Now, the summative LPAC and the summative alternate LPAC are untimed tests. So students are allowed as much time as they need to complete their responses in each of those domains. So listening, speaking, reading, and writing. Or, so that goes for the summative LPAC domains, or even the summative alternate LPAC domains, which includes the expressive and those receptive items. Breaks that are longer than 20 minutes can only be taken between domains unless a student has a documented need for extended breaks, which is listed as an accommodation setting in TOMS. Now, those breaks must be carefully planned to ensure that all questions are responded to for a reading or listening set before there's any pausing. Now, another important consideration is that all domains are administered one-on-one for K2, except for grade 2, the writing domain, which can be administered in small groups. Now, for more information about administering in groups or individually, you'll find a link in your note-taking guide. Now, the test can be administered over the course of several days, and the testing schedule may be altered to give students sufficient breaks to avoid any kind of testing fatigue. But keep in mind, the California Department of Education does recommend administering a minimum of one domain during a testing session. Now, if the time period is limited, then the test examiner should determine where the stopping point should be within the domain prior to starting a test session, and also let the students know at which item they should stop at. Now, for each domain of the test, you'll want to allow an additional 5 minutes to read over those test directions where it's applicable, and to also administer the practice questions. Now, actual testing times might be shorter if the student exits the test at a stopping marker, and also keep in mind that those testing times may be longer if a student needs time to finish entering responses. So you'll be able to find all of those estimated testing times in the test administration section of the directions for administration, or what's often called the DFA, or in that test administrator manual. But typically the summative LPAC tends to be about anywhere between 55 minutes for the lower grades and about 175 minutes for the upper grades overall. And for that summative alternate LPAC, it's anywhere between 60 and 90 minutes overall. All right, so let's talk about some remote testing options. Now, this is only available for students that are receiving instruction remotely, or for those who are at home due to health concerns. So expect that remote testing will take more time than in-person testing. Now, for those details and instructions on how to administer the LPAC remotely, you'll also find that link in your note-taking guide. But do keep in mind, remote testing is not available for the California alternate assessments, or those CAAs, and also the alternate LPAC, or any assessments that are delivered one-to-one. All right, so let's talk about some keys for your success. So thinking about, what should you be doing now? You'll want to acquaint yourself with your LEA's testing plan. And remember that some LEAs allow schools to develop their own testing schedules, while others might have uniform testing schedules implemented across all schools. So there's not really just one size in how you're thinking about developing your schedule. Since the summative LPAC window and the CASP windows do overlap, it's important to carefully consider testing windows to avoid that test fatigue and also those scheduling conflicts. So some of those considerations might include, schools making sure that they choose their dates within that LPAC window. So remember what we said earlier about students who need to take the initial test that are entering your LEA during the summative window also, right? So you can set up a local window, but you must still administer that summative LPAC if an EL student enters your LEA during statewide summative window. So even if it is outside of your local window, you still are required to test that student. And as we did mention earlier, also LEAs are required to assess all English learner students. So you'll want to review scenarios of entering and exiting students during that testing window. You'll want to review those pluses and minuses of having schools that are in the same test window but on different dates. You might want to consider testing students early in your LEA's LPAC window if they're also going to be students who are taking the CASP, right? So that you kind of provide sort of some separation between those two test administrations. Students in kindergarten through grade 2 who do not take the CASP, but they're going to be taking the LPAC while other grades are completing the CASP, you'll want to consider those as well. And you'll want to consider high school specific testing, such as AP and IB testing, when you're developing your schedules as well. So clearly the take-home point here is that you'll want to plan ahead, which is going to be incredibly valuable for you. And just keep in mind that flexibility is absolutely essential. And I'll just tell you from my previous experiences in my LEA, it does get tricky when you know that you've got that LPAC testing window that's open and you have CASP testing window that's coming up. So just being strategic and knowing that, okay, I knew that my grades 3 and up were going to start testing on CASP, like let's say come April. Well, then I really wanted to make sure that those grade levels completed LPAC, maybe the LPAC testing in February and March, so that I knew that there wouldn't be an overlap between those students taking the LPAC and CAS at the same time. So it's a consideration. It's one of the strategies that we used. And like, we mentioned too, to really avoid that testing fatigue as well. And I don't know if anyone else wants to add in maybe any strategies that they used as well for kind of figuring out those test schedules, because it does get tricky.
I will say, and extend planning and being strategic, especially in the high school area and in previous positions I've had, bringing the appropriate people to the table. I mean, now is great, but even a year ahead of time to just look at your schedules with regards to AP testing,
Oh yeah,
IB testing, and the students' fatigue, and kind of keeping a pulse on the teachers and how their curriculum's kind of laying out and where they see students with regards to the AP and IB in relation to other students, and when is the sweet spot, the Goldilocks spot. And it does help to get everyone's feedback, so I can't emphasize that enough.
And it gets trickier too with high school. If you are working with any high school students, I feel like the closer it gets, especially those seniors, or just in general, like the closer it gets to the end of the school year, you typically have high school students who aren't coming to school, or they're coming to school, they're leaving early, or there's a lot of like scheduling that happens where you're like, gosh, I really just need the student to come in so that we can finish this testing, right? Get those high school students, and then you're like making phone calls. Can so-and-so just show up today because we just need to complete it? Because you will be so on top of like running your completion reports and making sure everything's done. And when you have to chase down high schoolers, I feel like more than any, it gets so frustrating. So I always feel like even with high school students, test them earlier in a window, because something about when it gets close to the end of the school year, it just gets harder sometimes to track.
Incentives, I would say also incentives, if you can, to some
Bribery.
degree.
No.
Like incentives with regards to, if it counts towards something in a classroom, looking at your schedules if possible. So you could do reverse block days if you're on block schedules, and maybe you're only having students testing coming in, being mindful of your minimum days so that, if there's an opportunity to reverse minimum day, everything's on the table with regards to secondary and testing.
And make sure you're communicating that with the families too, so that they really know, like, this is what the test schedule is. This is when your student is going to be testing, so that they can also, you have that additional reinforcement at home to make sure that students are showing up. So, all right, let's talk about some makeup days now. It's really important that you're going to want to also plan for makeup days as well, because keep in mind, not all students are going to finish testing on the days that you have planned. So you'll want to start thinking about, when are you going to have your built-in makeup days? How are you going to plan for absences as well? Really the key here is, the whole idea about being flexible, right? So we want to encourage you as the new coordinator to go into this whole process with a flexible mindset, because there are a lot of those different challenges that kind of come up, especially when you start getting into your CASP window actually starting as well. It just gets a little bit exponentially greater. I always knew like February and March were sort of my sweet spot. Okay, let's get as many of these students completed with their testing before April and May comes along, when typically is when your CASP and LPAC is starting. So, all right, so let's give maybe a couple moments here on the next slide, just to kind of talk it over. Maybe what are some ideas that you have? Maybe if some of you are on the newer end as a new coordinator, maybe you have gone through this process already. Maybe some of your successes and challenges, and maybe, things that you had to kind of address maybe this last year. Maybe you're on the newer end of being a coordinator, but you've already gone through this process. Any questions that are coming up? We'd love to be able to hear from anybody who wants to come off mute to share as well.
I can share something that helped me. I'm at a charter school, and we have several students who travel, 2 hours a day one way to get there. And so I pulled a chronic absentee list, and I strategically planned testing around the chronically absent students, so that, and I told the woman in the attendance office, if this child shows up, because they usually come late, inform me immediately. And I had a plan in place that child could go straight to testing.
Perfect.
And so that, I think, to know your population is really important. And we had a virtual student, and she came in for testing because we thought we could better support her that way, and her parent was okay with that. So I think if you consult with the parents early, and if you know the population you're dealing with, you can do some preemptive planning for these emergencies that are going to come up.
I love it. Great idea. Great suggestions. Any other thoughts? I don't know, Tatiana, that we're going to be diving deep into that remote administration. I think the one thing though, just to mention, and I don't know if the remote option is really there for students who are receiving instruction remotely all year long, or who maybe have like a medical condition that prevents them from coming in. So I'm not sure if you had an additional question other than that as well. I know that there is a link, and it might be in your note-taking guide, that has more information about that remote testing option as well.
Thank you. Yeah, I've just never given it remotely before. I'm in a
Yeah.
charter school this year that has a hybrid option, and I was in a traditional public school for the previous many years, so I just
Yeah.
haven't done it.
Yeah, and those are for students who are, so it's a hybrid option, so it would be the students who are just receiving instruction at home, right? Is that like?
Yeah, I have several students who don't go into a a brick and mortar school. They're all virtual.
Yeah.
And then something that that came up a lot in a traditional public school that I had to ponder as an ELDRT was if the teachers were going to be testing their own students, or if someone else was going to be doing it. So that's not something I have to ponder this year, but I remember that was something that I had to ponder every other year.
Yeah. And I always said too, I mean, especially, I mean, I always think about like the youngest, the littles, right? The younger students. And I always feel like, gosh, as like a test administrator, or test examiner, I always wanted to make sure that the student was sitting across from a teacher who they were just really the most familiar with, right? I always felt like they tended to like perform a little bit better when there was sort of that comfortability there. So when you're thinking about who is administering them, especially those one-on-one portions, like, is the student familiar with that test examiner? Because and a lot of times that really affects even students' performance on that. So if you're going to be having like a group that you're training to just administer, maybe consider like, is there an opportunity when students can be introduced to who that test examiner is? There could be some sort of initial dialogue so that they're not just sitting down with a person they've never seen before, or never really worked with before, or had any communication with, and then are expected to test all of a sudden. So maybe kind of think about like how that's actually going to look in terms of, who students are really testing with.
Yeah, Lisa offered that she had the students' own teachers.
Yeah, that's really the best recommendation. I know logistically that may not be feasible for every school, but I always feel like that's absolutely the best recommendation. We want students to really have like none of these additional barriers, right? to how they're performing. And, so I think sometimes testing, you got a first grade student testing with someone they've never really seen before, I can't imagine that it wouldn't affect their performance. So I don't know, always kind of taking that into consideration. All right, I think I'm passing it off to Hillary, or Lisa, do you have something?
Yeah, I wanted to say I was really excited about the IABs that were released. And this, I think, especially we're going to use it at my high school, but for the younger children, you talked about the familiarity. Think about everything that you can accomplish by having the actual test examiner pull that student from class and administer the practice. So now they know the room they're going to, they know exactly what the test is going to be, and you start establishing that relationship. I also had like right before Thanksgiving, I pulled all my ELs together to have a celebration of learning because their progress reports had come out. So all staff was there. We had a little breakfast party for them. And so we were building community that way.
I love it. Yeah. And we're going to talk about those interim LPACs in a little bit too, but what a great suggestion, Lisa, right? If you know, so for example, Tatiana, there is going to be somebody else, maybe that somebody else can be somebody who administers an interim LPAC to kind of start that familiarity with the students. But even just using the interim LPACs in general, we can't recommend enough. So, but we'll get to that point in a couple sections as well. All right, Hillary, I'm passing it
I
over
feel
to
like
you.
all of these questions are very apropos for the next section with regards to planning. So keep them coming in. Also, these tidbits, Lisa, thanks for sharing these little, like, you know, kernels of wisdom of what you've practiced. Yeah. Planning wise and celebrating, I think there's we're never at a shortage of great ideas. So keep them going. And I know Evan mentioned earlier about checklists. And so in the next section here that we have, we're gonna be looking at some checklists as well. So keep those kind of handy and by you, and get ready to continue sharing some of those ideas as we move forward. So we're gonna shift our focus here. And in October, the webinar that we had, we talked through some resources that you can use to help students understand the testing process. This included things like the practice and training tests, excuse me, to get students familiar with the logon process. It also included trying out accessibility supports to see what works or doesn't for those individual students. Furthermore, preparing students, it allows them, as we've heard before from Lisa, to become a little more confident with the interface and the process, which will ultimately lead to more accurate measures on that LPAC. So thank you for sharing those again. So moving forward this coming year, and as Stephanie had mentioned, the LPAC interim assessments, they're now available for the purpose of improving teaching and learning in the classroom. The intent of these interim assessments is to provide timely feedback to teachers that they can use in combination with other sources of information that they have about their students' progress to adjust instruction and improve learning. So there are some new resources for the LPAC interim assessments. I believe we have them in the Canvas page, and then they're in your note-taking guide. These include a quick reference guidelines for interim assessments. They've been updated to include information about the LPAC interim assessments. There's an at-a-glance document. It includes information about the LPAC interim assessments by grade level and by domain, and a new LPAC interim assessment fact sheet, because we all love fact sheets. It's been created and has answered key questions about the assessment, and it's ever evolving, so that's kind of nice. Those are included. Additionally, there are 2 sets of LPAC interim assessments that are going to be developed. Okay, one for the 2023-24 and one for the 24-25. And they're going to include the grades for the summative LPAC. We've got kindergarten, grade 1, grade 2, grade span 3 through 5, grade span 6 through 8, grade span 9 through 10, and the grade span 11 and 12. And they will align to the 2012 California English Language Development Standards. The LPAC interim assessment blueprint provides the proposed number of items and points for each task for each domain. So moving along, each set of interims will contain 4 individual domain-based tests: listening, speaking, reading, and writing. Speaking and reading are locally hand-scored by educators. Reading and listening are computer-scored. The LPAC interim assessments will be administered online to students as a linear test, except for kindergartners through grade 2, writing domain, which, like the summative LPAC, will be administered on paper. Each domain will test about half the items on the summative LPAC, with all summative task types employed between the 2 years. Just like the CAS interim assessment blocks, the LPAC interim assessments can be administered in any order and administered in a standardized or non-standardized manner. I like the picture here. Each interim assessment, and remember, each domain is its own interim assessment, is designed to fit in a 50-minute class period and is untimed. For most domains, this time will be about half the time it takes for the summative LPAC. Each interim will utilize a domain performance level descriptors and scale scores of the summative LPAC. Each domain interim assessment will have between 4 and 12 questions, which is about half of what is on each summative ELPAC domain. So let's talk a little bit about what you've done and what you still need to kind of do in this area. And I think we wanted to use the chat to kind of share as we've been doing. And we want to get some information here and see if you can share with everyone. We're also kind of interested to learn, what has your district done to support students in preparing for this test? So what has your district done to support students in preparing for this test? What do you still need to do? I just want to take a minute, maybe we can put some things in the chat and get an idea and share, you know, what have you done to support students? I should probably open up the chat. I see, Patricia, one of our, let's see what we have here. One of our middle school teachers gave an interim and said she couldn't download reports to share with our students. She kept getting an error message. What are the reports available at this time? Are reports available at this time? And one of my colleagues can answer this.
Well, yeah, I responded. I wasn't sure which type of reports, where they were trying to get download those reports from. Maybe Patricia, you can add some additional information if you're able to come off mute.
Hi. Yeah, I don't have all the specifics. I need to with her. I just heard, but yeah, she said she tried a couple of times and couldn't. She just was trying to get the results from the test that they took.
So one of the things I can share with you is that in order to find those results, the teacher would have to go into the California Educator Reporting System, or CERS.
Yeah.
So, and once she's able to access that, she would also need to have had a student group that was already rostered to her in CERS. And
Okay.
so if the rostering hasn't occurred yet in CERS, if a teacher administers an interim assessment, they won't be able to see those results.
Okay. Yeah, I think I had already created the group for her.
Okay, great.
But yeah, so I'll try to dig a little more and then maybe.
Yeah. And then reach out. Let me know if you need some additional help as to where to locate them. And also keep in mind too, there are some reports that are available now in CERS. There will be more that will become available in January, and even more that will be available in July. So the CDE is sort of like on this rolling basis of when each of all of those CERS reports will be available. So yeah, so some data you can get now, more data will be available and different types of reports in January, and even more come next July. So but yeah, reach out if you have any questions. I'm happy to help.
Thank you.
Sure.
See, Tatiana, I like, you know, just kind of exposing students to the sections within the test, practice questions, you know, listening, the tools online, so there's some familiarity. I also see, Mary, you have some data meetings with your admin and specialists regarding student progress, so everyone's kind of on the same page and kind of having an idea of what's going on with students. Lisa, I just see part of this right now. You revamped your entire department and recruited the most effective teachers to take on the classes. So you're being very strategic and very targeted in how you're trying to support your students, all of which are great ideas and suggestions as we move forward. So I like these. We'll keep these. I see monthly PDs. So I see a lot of very targeted either exposure to the platform and the resources for students, or really being targeted in PDs and strategic with information to help kind of wrap around and circle the wagons around these students to ensure they have the best outcomes as possible. Thank you for sharing these. And as we move along here, we're going to be looking at these ELPAC checklists. Take them here. Let's move this around. So there are checklists available for site administrators and test examiners. These checklists have activities that can happen before, during, and after testing, and are a great resource to share with staff at your LEA. The link to these can be found in your note-taking guide, and I appreciate that we have quite a few of our participants kind of sharing what they've been doing as well. So we're going to do quick activity here. We want you to spend the next few minutes looking at these checklists, I think. And I think the idea is, so take a moment here if you haven't already pulled them up, and kind of pull those up. And you know, some of the things we're looking for, if you've already have had a way to share these resources, have you shared these resources? If so, maybe in the chat you can share, who have you started to share these with? If you haven't, who is on your mind right now or you need to share these with? So maybe just, you know, I want to take maybe 5 minutes, maybe let's just take like a minute or two. The checklist, who are your go-to people? Who are you sharing these with? I see Evan just dropped the link into the check, or into the checklist. And maybe my colleagues can kind of prime the pump and let us know when you guys were in these positions. Who are you sharing them with? Who are your go-to people that you're like, they need this first before anyone else?
Well, I think the fact that you can customize them, I think that's critical. You know, they're kind of all consuming, and so only the LEA coordinator can really know what details are relevant to site coordinators or whoever else you have. Like, it depends on how you're, you know, running your testing. But I would usually trim them down to be very specific to our needs and audit and you know, augment them or revise them accordingly, so everybody could be all hands on. Especially, I have like a lot of, usually typically if we had assistant principals or some of our really small schools, it might have been the principal, they had access to it as well, so they kind of at least knew here's what's going on. They weren't necessarily directly involved with our testing schedule, but they at least knew what the process was, and so they had a better understanding.
I found myself not the supervisor of site coordinators as a district coordinator, and I also distributed checklists to those site supervisors, so principals typically, and that's so that they could keep abreast of what to expect, what to look for in terms of the tasks to be done and when to do them. So that was important. Also, technology readiness checklist or technology checklist is in a separate place. So pulling that from that page and distribute it to the technology department to drive the discussion, oftentimes using those checklists in meetings as a driver of discussion of what the next steps were, very important.
I saw Lisa come off camera. I didn't know if she wanted to share something, but I see Starbucks gift cards, baked goods. I will say I would typically receive those checklists like pre-slugged and whittled down to like the top 5 most important pieces that then I would wind up sharing with my testing coordinator. Yes, food, drinks, before and after were my larger check boxes. And then my tech people, as Stephen said, who were always going through all that information, they got lots of praise and lots of love. So moving along then to sharing practice tests. So as mentioned earlier, the training and practice tests are great resources. The practice and training tests, they're available to students, parents, guardians, families, teachers, administrators, and all other interest holders. They provide an opportunity to become familiar with both the types of test questions and with the computer-based platform in which the tests are administered. They're ideal for teaching students how to use the available accessible supports. They also provide teachers with a better understanding of rigor and item types to connect their daily planning and instruction. And a quick reference guide has been created to help you navigate through administering a practice of those training tests. So now we're going to shift gears away from the classroom educators and focus on the test examiner's role. Remember that we often refer to the test examiners as TEs. So ELPAC test examiners ensure the proper administration of all test procedures and maintain the security of all test materials while administering the ELPAC. Per ELPAC regulations, the ELPAC assessments can only be administered by employees or contractors of an LEA or non-public school where they're proficient in English and have received a formal LPAC administration and SCORE training and have signed the test security affidavit. Test examiners must be a proficient speaker of English and determined by the LEA and someone who has complete command of punctuation, intonation, and fluency. There are considerations for identifying test examiners for the summative alternate LPAC. This test examiner is someone who is normally familiar with the student and their preferred communication modes. If we move along, Moodle here, everyone's favorite. All test examiners must review training materials in the ELPAC Moodle training site and take the necessary calibration quizzes for the grades they will be assessing to be fully trained to administer the assessments annually. This includes any secondary test examiners for second scoring that may be required for the summative alternate LPAC. The steps to accessing Moodle include primary LEA LPAC coordinators. They're going to receive an email with the access codes to the AST, also known as the Administration and Scoring and Training site. Once in these coordinators, you're going to use the access code to enter into the site. And once they're on the site, the Moodle keys for each LPAC are available. And it's highly recommended that they are copied for distribution for appropriate use in your organization. The LEA LPAC coordinator is the only person with access to the LEA Moodle keys and is responsible for distributing these keys to the appropriate staff. Once they have the enrollment keys, staff can access Moodle courses. Users need to establish an account in Moodle prior to accessing the training materials. Accounts set up in prior years will still work for future Moodle training. These are not reset each year. There is user upload file template that allows LEA coordinators to upload new users into the system. There are 3 separate enrollment keys which are used for different purposes. One, the trainer's resource keys, which allows LEA trainers to log into the trainer's resource course to access training presentations along with the presenter's scripts. Another one is the examiner's resource key, which allows LEA test examiners to automatically become part of the LEA's user group. The user group is set up to retain test examiners training and calibration results and provide reports for LEA trainers to monitor test examiners' training progress within Moodle. And lastly, the downloads enrollment key is only provided to the LEA LPAC coordinators and gives them access to download the training binder and the training videos. Access to this course should be limited to the LEA LPAC's coordinator and lead trainer. So Moodle training site. Moodle has a series of online modules that show test examiners specific item types and train them on how to score those item types. Primary coordinators will receive an email with a link and an access code to log in and retrieve their enrollment keys. These enrollment keys will give staff at your LEA access to different Moodle courses. On the page where you access enrollment keys are fields for your LEA training team information. Be sure to fill out these fields, as these individuals are able to access the activity reports in Moodle to monitor training completion. There is an LEA certification module to complete for each LPAC assessment. Therefore, LEA coordinators will need to complete the LEA certification module for the general initial LPAC and initial alternate LPAC before initial LPAC testing. LEA coordinators return later in the year to complete similar modules for the general summative LPAC and alternative summative LPAC. Once the LEA certification is complete, enrollment keys can be issued to test examiners to access test examiners' resources course. As the LEA coordinator, it will be your job to ensure that all test examiners have access to the Moodle, as well as complete the scoring calibration through the Moodle site for the grade levels they will administer. You can visit the ELPAC website Moodle training site webpage at the link in your note-taking guide for some more information. So let's move on to Moodle setup. Moodle user setup, mouthful. Users need to establish an account in Moodle prior to accessing the training materials. As said before, accounts set up in prior years will still work for future Moodle training. There is a user upload file template that allows LEA coordinators to upload new users into the system. Access to the Moodle training site Quick Start Guide, where you can access directions for creating user accounts. There's a link to this in your document and in your note-taking guide. The document also features directions for downloading ELPAC training binders, should they be needed. For even more support, you can email Moodle support at SCOE or SCOE.net. You can also reach out to us. That email is also listed in your note-taking guide. So, Moodle tips. LEA coordinators need to be prepared to support test examiners as they work through the training materials in Moodle. Coordinators can monitor test examiners' progress in the activity completion report and gradebook in Moodle. Directions for these reports are in the Accessing ELPAC Moodle Quick Startup Guide. We recommend reviewing the reports section of the guide as navigating the Moodle reports takes some practice. LEA coordinators should develop a system to collect completion certificates that are generated in Moodle. Check with site ELPAC coordinators about the current progress used in your LEA to monitor the completion. Remember, the test examiners need to complete calibration for the summative ELPAC, speaking domain, and the initial ELPAC writing domain tests in Moodle only for the grades or grade spans they are testing. So, we have a little bit of homework here for you right now, maybe. In your own time, things to think about. You want to review the Moodle. Sorry, just to take some time to, not right now, but want to go back and review the reports in Moodle and determine who's already completed their training, and maybe determine your LEA's process for collecting those completion certificates, and what that may look like. So just, I don't know if you want to add it to your checklist, but take some time maybe later and just kind of review those two. Now moving forward, so spend a minute or two and use the chat again to kind of address that. Is there anything that you still need to do to prepare your test examiners? And what are the next steps for Moodle with regards to your LEA? So maybe in the chat, just take a minute or two. If there's any preparation that you still need to do, you can drop that in, and or talk to us about maybe the next steps that you have for Moodle.
Worth noting that we're going to do a Moodle live demo too. So anything you may be wondering about, if you drop something in the chat, like, please help me. I'm like really lost when I get there. Sometimes that Moodle, I think there's been some frustration just, oh, good job, Lisa.
Yeah.
Just sometimes navigating Moodle can be a bit of a challenge in finding where reports are. So that mine would be taking a look at that after lunch. Hundreds of videos to complete, yeah.
Overwhelming. Piece by piece.
So I think the one thing this year, you know, if you can convince your teachers, even if they're not that's not your main focus for your main delivery method for the summative LPAC, but if you can get them to do the interims, just to understand the inner workings, that would be a huge step, I think, in building awareness of what's on the assessment. I mean, I think the big takeaway most people would have from giving them is how they connect, and especially how it connects to the curriculum and what's being taught in the classroom.
Let's go ahead and we're gonna see some live demos of Moodle a little bit later. For time's sake, let's kind of push along here. A few more slides before I think we get to a break. Let's talk some test security. So as we know, test security is an extremely important thing that we need to plan for. There are many elements of the testing system that are secure, and it's your role to ensure that security is maintained throughout your LEA. You wouldn't want to believe the things that get posted on social media. And as soon as I read that line, I was just thinking about a few of them in a previous life. And yes, I'm never surprised, no matter what precautions you may have in place, what can get posted, or kids with cell phones, secondary level. But you don't want your school or your LAA to be in the news or security issues. So we're going to take a few minutes and we're going to talk about the different elements of the ELPAC that are secure and where you should prioritize your efforts. So as you develop your training and testing plan, you'll need to address each of these security related issues. Maintaining the security of users' accounts and prevent system access through shared accounts. Training sites to securely store both the student login information and secure testing materials before, during, and after testing, and creating a plan for secure destruction of secure materials after testing. Your job is to ensure staff understand and perform their security obligations. Before testing begins, you must have a protocol established that will describe how you will monitor and track security issues, submit incident reports through the Security and Test Administration Incident Reporting System, we also know as STARS, securely store testing materials, collecting, packing, and shipping materials that will be scored by ETS, and securely destroy any used and unused secure materials after testing as directed by the testing contractor. Our February webinar will be deep diving into security and incidents, but you're going to want to start your planning now and have those processes in place. And so there may be some homework for some of you who need to put some of those in place, and for some of you that have not, maybe when we get to into some live demonstrations, you can maybe speak to some things that you may do and share with the rest of the group. But as we move forward to our local protocols, back up one slide, please. There we go. As is true with so many things we've talked about today, the protocol for addressing security incidents varies from LEA to LEA. In your security plan, identify procedures with all site coordinators on who will be responsible for reporting incidents in STARS. If it's the responsibility of the site coordinator to enter the incident into STARS, identify which types of incidents you want reported to you. If the incident is high in severity, you'll want to be notified so you can ensure it doesn't happen again. The CDE recommends that LEA coordinators review all STARS cases before submission because some STARS cases cannot be reversed. For example, invalidates. If you are unaware whether something should be reported, please contact your ETS support agent. That's Marcus, to find out your ETS, and you can find out our ETS success agent. I don't have his email at the top of my head, but I know that we can, there's a link in your note-taking guide. He's also on he's in our Dan website, he's at our Dan meetings, and that would be your go-to guy. And keep in mind, it's important to track those incidents and utilize, thank you, Stephanie, and to utilize training to correct areas of concerns. And I'm not sure if any of my colleagues want to come off mic and speak to this or share any of this, but I'll give you a moment or so if you have anything you'd like to share, successes or struggles that you've experienced with this.
Yeah, I mean, I just always kept open that line of communication with the testing coordinators and myself as the LEA coordinator in terms of any incidents that are reported and things like that, just to kind of make sure that there was, a system and protocol in place for kind of, keeping track of all of those types of things. But yes, relying on your ETS agent is also super important. Just knowing that they're a phone call away. So
now we're going to move along to understanding expectations. All right. The key to avoiding security and test administration problems is a clear understanding of expectation. Most people want to do the right thing, but need to understand what is expected of them. Be sure that staff have training, and that includes security protocols. Training should include teachers, proctors, aides, technology assistants, and anyone else who will be involved in testing. Students must also have an understanding of the rules and expectations and the consequences of not following them. how should they behave during testing, what should they do when they're done with testing, and where do their cell phones and other electronic devices go. So understanding expectations will help avoid many problems and STARS reports, things that consume a lot of your time. So technology readiness, that is next up on our technology side of the house. So let's just dive into that. Devices and equipment. The summative ELPAC and summative alternate ELPAC are computer-based assessments. So let's talk about devices. The summatives utilize the same online testing system and secure browser as the initials and the CASP. And so the hardware, software, and network in the school's online testing environment should be maintained year-round. As part of your preparation for summative testing, you'll need to ensure that student testing devices in your LEA have been updated with the latest secure browser or Chrome application. The secure browsers are available on the ELPAC website and at the link in your note-taking guide. Most likely, you will work with your technology department to verify updates. However, you may need to also work with site coordinators to obtain verification. Be sure students will be able to launch the secure browser and utilize a device for assessments prior to the beginning of the summative testing. I can attest to thinking about your, in secondary, strategically planning when you were going to test students, as we mentioned, in addition to AP and IB, and it was during spring break. We would have the entire team, we'd have all of technology coming in with students, their devices, and going through, opening up every laptop cart, updating every browser, checking that, any headphones, anything that needed to be looked at happened right before testing to ensure as best we could that we didn't have any sort of hangups or any hookups. Is there anything, I don't know if Stephanie or Stephen or anyone are even having anything else they had on mind that they want to share? Tips or tricks or things to do with regards to technology? Probably not, that we've already mentioned. So listening and speaking domains moving forward. In addition, you'll need to verify that any additional equipment is ready for use at the sites. This includes speakers and headphones, printers for print-on-demand items, text-to-speech, voice packs, speech-to-text application, braille printers, assistive devices, and et cetera, anything else that you may need. Remember, the listening domain for grades 3 through 12 is played through TOMS. So you'll need headphones for each student in grades 3 through 12, where they can work at their own pace. And also keep in mind the speaking domain will have a recorded audio component. So headphones with microphones or a recording device of some sort will be needed. Our technology readiness checklist. We also want to touch bases on the technology readiness checklist for students, or TRCs. The link is in your note-taking guide. The navigation through the TRCS is similar to the navigation in any online computer-based assessments. Administering the check to students is optional on a student-by-student basis. If you know the student can handle an online assessment, then you don't need to administer it. Consider using the technology readiness checklist to elevate whether a student could benefit from having a designated interface assistant, designated support available to assist with typing grades 3 through 12 writing item response for the ELPAC. And before I break here, our systems overview. During the June training, we covered the systems overview graphic. It illustrates how data flows from one system to another for student data all the way through test results. Thank you, Evan. And there it is for your reference. We want to remind you to work closely with your CalPADS administrator to ensure data accuracy. Here are just a few of the common CalPADS issues that will affect the summative ELPAC. Things like new enrollments, dates of enrollment overlapping with other district enrollments, students being misassigned a second SSID, special education CalPADS reporting being updated prior to testing, particularly for new students. Staff responsible for CalPADS reporting should be reminded of the need to continuously update student enrollment and special education, especially in the time leading up to the summative assessment. Sites eager to assess a new student or set an accommodation for a student with a newly developed individualized educational program or an IEP will need to be reminded of lag times. Once data have been uploaded in one of these systems, there is time lag before the data reaches TOMS and then between the test delivery system. This puts us right up to accountability. And Evan, there you go.
Yeah, sorry.
It's okay.
Doing too much at once here, of course. Don't take my own advice. I'm multitasking. But I was sending a direct message in the chat. And I do think if you're not finding any of the checklists, something like there's a question about the tech resource checklist. We'll make sure we get all this stuff added to Canvas. We're going to have a break here in just a few minutes. So, but I want to talk now about accountability, and timing is impeccable. We're right in the middle of the preview for our dashboard. Just out of curiosity, I'm going to just take it off share for a second. Give me a thumbs up if you had access to the dashboard preview last week and you were able to see your English learner progress indicator preview. Just use the thumbs up feature, the reactions feature. I want to see. Okay, we got a couple of you. All right. And anybody see any surprises? I know a couple of LEAs that have reached out to me had some surprises. Hopefully you got what you want. You had to create your own. Oh, Lisa, yes. If you didn't have the 30, you wouldn't. If you didn't have 30 students, you would receive the results, but it would not be an actual color. So you'd have to figure that out on your own. All right. Well, we're going to talk a little bit about the LP, because ultimately, I think sure, we have the EL results, the ELPAC results. Thank you, Stephen. But the English Learner Progress Indicator is actually such the reflection on how well your program, your English language development program, is running. So as already noted, right, it's a requirement that all our English learners are tested annually with the summative LPAC or the alternate LPAC until they're reclassified. And this includes all students who are new to California schools and were identified as English learners, took the initial LPAC. Even brand new, you've got your kindergartners just brand new this year. They just took the initial turnaround. You got to test them on the summative at the end of the year. They wouldn't be included in your LP, but they lay the foundation for the next year when they would be pulled up in. So these students are all required to take it within their first year of arrival. The really brutal ones are when you get students who enter during your testing window, are new to California schools. You have to give them the initial, then turn right around and give them the summative. That presents its own unique challenges. And we have some LEAs, if year ends early, boy, we do get a lot of newcomers in LA County. It's we have an influx of students from Ukraine, Afghanistan, Central America. So we know we get a lot of students throughout the year. So that can be a real challenge. So the summative LPAC and the summative alternate LPAC scores are used in the calculation of this English Learner Progress Indicator, which we also call the ELPI. And the ELPI was just finalized this year by the state board. There used to be a different formulation of the ELPI, and then that was under CELT, and then they revised the testing. We got the LPAC. And then this is actually the first year that we've had a full-blown LPAC with all its colors. So this is a kind of a big deal. So for this 2023 dashboard that's going to be released on December 15th to the public, the CDE is using the scores from actually the 2020-21, the 2021-22, and the 2022-23 school year. So this is the one, this is the only indicator that actually shows progress per se, right? So because it uses 3 years worth of data, and it gives you both status and change. You need 3 years worth of data to determine both status and change. And the summative LPAC is also being used. The State Board of Education just approved the criteria by which a student would be shown to have made progress this year. And they actually benefit. The summative alternate LPAC is very different in terms of its structure. So they had to structure it a little bit differently to be able to show progress, but it is incorporated now. And so they have 2 years worth of data, 21-22 and 22-23 that are being incorporated within the status for this year. So they are your alternate LPAC takers are also incorporated. To be included in the status calculation, students need to have taken 2 years worth of tests. They have to have taken the last 2 years worth of tests. So that's important to note. You may find like, oh, I just tested all these students. Now, the students may be incorporated in the LP in one way, if they took it this year as only the first time, in so much as you have to test all your students. So there's a participation rate calculation and everybody needs to be tested, but they don't actually show up in the calculation until they've got 2 consecutive years. Doesn't have to be your LEA. They just have to have had 2 years of LPAC scores to be incorporated. If they want to be included in the change calculation, then they actually have to, we see the 3 years worth of data that needs to be incorporated. Since we do have enough data this year to calculate change, excitement, we have a performance color. So hopefully your performance color was not a shock, right? And that you saw it. And actually you had last year's status, which was just a cell phone bar. And then hopefully it was an improvement over the prior year. And you got either you maintained if it was already good, or if you increased the performance even better. So the CDE has a great website. There's a dashboard toolkit, and it's a great place to visit to understand the inner workings of the ELPI, including, if you really want to get wonky, the dashboard technical guide for the English Learner Progress Indicator. A draft of this year's is available with that if you have access to the preview, but it'll be published on December 15th when the full dashboard comes out. So you can really understand the inner workings of the ELPI, because it is a little bit different. The LPAC has the 4 performance levels. The ELPI actually has 6 performance levels. They split levels 2 and 3 into 2 separate levels. So it gets a little bit complicated, and it's probably important if you're in charge of administering the LPAC to understand that. There is a link within your note-taking guide to understanding how that is created. I see some comments in the chat. I just want to check this out. Okay, so no questions about the dashboard. But next step, communication plan, right? This is a good time to think about how you're going to communicate with that public release of the dashboard. And you're going to have potentially a lot of groups you may be talking to, including parent groups. You may be talking to your DLAC or an ELAC at a site level. You may be talking to your school board in relation to the performance of your English learners on the dashboard. So we're going to talk just a little bit about this and the kinds of thoughts you may want to have about communication. So one of the things, we'll start with LEA stuff. We've already kind of covered some of this, because good communication, it's like oxygen, right? Can't ever get enough. So one of the things you'll want to communicate to your sites is once you've established the testing schedules, make sure you share that out with your sites, right? So, and that includes your site. We talked about the site and district administration. They want to know, even if they're not hands-on, they want to know the timeline. Any leadership team, your facilities, obviously technology services staff. We just talked about the checklist for them. You want them to also know the timing, and your CalPads personnel. And you got to, get tight with your CalPads person, because they're going to be your key partners in this work. You might also want to let, for instance, your maintenance and facilities folks understand, your grounds people know. Why would you want to let them know? Well, if they're planning to do any major tree trimming, for example, in the midst of your planned testing, that might be good for them to know. They're going to be walking around with, hopefully they're not walking around with leaf blowers in the middle of the school day, but you never know. A lot of things can happen, and it's important that you have the best testing environment possible. So everybody should know what's going on. You may also want to post any of your testing schedules to your site or district website, just so it's available, so people know what's going on. If you use any of the kind of communications tools that a lot of folks do, electronic means, you can send that out like on a regular Friday communication to your sites. Of course, everybody appreciates advance notice of testing, because they can plan accordingly. Next up, you want to talk to your parents, right? So Before testing begins, you definitely want to share with your parents a couple of things. First of all, the test schedule, like they need to know. It's really important. Also, just to make sure that they have their students prepared, get them ready for to be at school, right? We talked about, Lisa talked about the chronically absent students. Not that it's going to necessarily change a lot of behavior, but certainly parents know that there's an important test coming up for purposes of reclassification in many cases. Letting parents know they can be your partners in that, getting the students to school. Any resources that you come across that you may want to share with parents that can help them to understand the test, to link them to practice and training tests. Also let them know when they're likely to receive the results, right? For the summative LPAC, we start to see you're going to start to see the student score reports populating in TOMS, but you may not be sending those out depending on how you share your results. Some LEAs will mail them, others will share them in a parent portal, but a good idea to let parents know when they might start to see them, because it is, it's good to know when I might be looking for these, and you may have an idea when you may start to release your student score results. They've been getting better. The CDE and ETS have been getting better, getting those out sooner. There are also, you want to let parents know how they can support their students, right? Good breakfast, good night of sleep, all the things that we take for granted, but it's good to communicate anyway. CDE does have a number of notification templates available on their website that you can use as a starting point. One of the templates they have is just the general notification of statewide assessment that typically goes in the parent handbook that is checked off in the beginning of the year. I always recommend taking a look at that, right? Is it still current? Does it still meet all the requirements? A lot of folks, you can't opt out of the ELPAC, but certainly CASP is a potential opt-out. You want to make sure that that's visible and available, because that is a requirement that districts notify parents about the portions of the assessment system can be opted out of. Good to do it at the beginning of the year, though, and not right when the testing window launches for CASP, because you'll get more opt-outs than you really want. But again, can't opt out of the ELPAC. So also there's some sample letter templates that are available on the ELPAC that are specific to the ELPAC site that serve as notifications to parents, right, and guardians. So you may want to send those out just before your testing window opens to let parents know, hey, this is what's forthcoming, and here's what you can expect in the next several weeks. In some cases, the LEA, if you're in a district, you may have a generic letter that you let the sites customize, or alternatively, sometimes each site administrator, depending on how you're administering the test, you may do it by individual sites that send out the letter themselves to customize it and make it a little more digestible. We do have the link to those letters is all available within the note-taking guide. I'm just going to open up the floor to my colleagues too, in terms of any practices that they may have used in the past that they found effective for communicating to parents or communicating to staff they wanted to share.
I think it's nice to be able to have also like a parent meeting. I think we were talking about that, where either doing it like centralized at the district level, or even then maybe doing that at each individual school site. I think that often really helped. Maybe even recording it to be able to push that information out with families. I always feel like the more communication, the better. Hillary, you were going to add something.
I was just actually making a note of this while Evan was speaking to insert it in another area, but yes, I would say leading up to testing in site levels, like your bi-monthly newsletters that you may have, or your site level town hall meetings. So that's not just like right before testing, we're going to talk about it, but providing the calendars for the year, the groups that are involved. Even afterwards, I recall having town hall debrief sessions, so parents could come at the end of the week if there were questions or concerns, or just to be available. I also let them know when it came to some of our traditional processes, leaving, for lunch. That may be slower, things that are impacted because testing has now taken a little bit of a priority. So parents had an idea of not just what to expect, but the impact it may have on other systems that are going on in the school as well.
Even having like computers set up where they can log in. They're not really logging in, but they're accessing the tests, like the practice tests, so that they can look at them. I think it's super helpful too. So
I do like your idea, Stephanie, and now we're all really well versed on Zoom, right? We did occasional remote testing because we had a very big district in terms of geography, so we were doing some remote meetings with our staff, like, who were at the far end of the district. But this is like, way more common now. I think doing it with parents would be great because you can also do it by Zoom, much more equitable. Do it at a time in which people are available, I think, is really key. But if you can record it, then that makes it access, and then you can also share some of the resources like the practice test to build familiarity and lean on your parents for their support as well. I really like that idea, and I probably would be doing it myself if I were still at an LEA right now. Lisa, you have something to share?
Yeah, we do our meetings on Zoom, and we had just given the reading inventory. And so we provided every parent, I emailed them the student score, and you can get a list of book recommendations for the student. So I made sure those books are in our library at school. And then the parents have something if they want to do a little holiday shopping. They had a list of books. But we don't get much traction on our parent meetings. Last meeting, I had 3 parents show up, but we still do follow up with a phone call, a personal phone call, and I send them the notes from the meeting.
I do like the carrot approach, like like you're talking about the scholastic reading inventory, and connecting it with some kind of additional tool that will be helpful for parents. It's a great idea. So yeah, going on, what do you need to share with your test site coordinators and your test examiners? You should be communicating with them things that you may get in emails that they may not see, for instance, system downtimes or known issues with the test interface, for example, or CalPADS downtimes, these types of things that really can impact administration. Any new resources about ELPAC testing that you find that you come across, maybe in the coffee session, or for instance, this like I mentioned earlier, this what's new in ELPAC this year, you may see some things there that would be really helpful to share with your site folks or your test examiners. And then, sharing with them the value of the practice test, I think, is really helpful. There was that October new coordinator webinar, which the recording is available still for that. That's linked in the archives, and there's a link to that in your note-taking guide. You can learn more about the practice and training tests there if you haven't already looked into it. Kind of gives an overview of those. Also, it's important to keep for communicating timely information, the assessment spotlight. You'll see this. You can get the archive versions as well, but usually if you're a site coordinator, registered site coordinator, or sorry, LEA coordinator, you'll get those assessment spotlights. It might just be a good practice just on routinely forward them, and sometimes go through and highlight, hey, this might be of interest to you. We kind of break it up, give it some context, and let people know, hey, this is why I think this might be of interest to you specifically. That could be very helpful. So I'm going to skip the paired chat. I'm actually going to go right to this section so we can have a little break here. So you should have the annotate tools available at the top of your screen. It's like, I think it's next to your view options, and there's a drop down there. But what I'd like you to do, using your annotate tools, and we have the 3 main interest groups here, your educational partners, so LEA staff, parents, and then your site coordinators and test examiners. So using the annotate tools, give us one key takeaway about communicating with this group, either that we provided or that you've had in your own experience. So use those tools, the annotate tools. We'll see if this works. We always try to, incorporate the technology somehow and see if the annotate gives us some interaction.
Where is it found, Evan?
I found it up in the up next to the view options was where I saw annotate.
I see it. Yes.
You see it now? Okay, Steven's got it. All right.
I wanted to test it too.
And there is an upgraded toolbar. I don't know. There you go. Thank you, Howard. Discuss at each ELAC meeting. It's a great idea, right? There's an opportunity to we've got some real investment already where parents are showing up because they have an interest in being there for their own kids. And I don't know, my experience, it's much harder to get the buy-in. And we had very passionate DLAC members, I shouldn't say that, but ELAC was where you had, you have that, parents who are like, I'm here for my child, right? And it's not like even a step removed. So that's a great opportunity. Oh, so do you have something like a Canvas or something, Lisa, that you use, a student learning system? Is it, or like a?
Yeah, I have a Schoology group, and then
Okay.
this year we added Parent Square, and Parent Square is awesome because it has a translation tool built into it. So I have a colleague who translates all my flyers into Spanish for me. But the parents can choose the language they want the correspondence translated to. So Parent Square was really helpful in just pushing out, like, at our last meeting, we covered graduation requirements, and I had 2 parents write me after the meeting because they couldn't come. Could you share this information? So I just put it on Parent Square and on the Schoology learning group.
Right, good idea. I also see monthly meetings to review the checklist items with your site coordinators and test examiners. Moodle training day with our team. That's a good idea. Like, let's bring everybody and get everybody oriented. Again, Zoom has changed everything. I used to have people come into the district office. What a pain that was. I definitely would want to have everything remote.
We did that too. Yeah, this is before COVID. I'd have everybody kind of come in together, sit in a room, sit next to one another. We go over the training. They'd work on things together. It was great. But I do think, gosh, how convenient to just have everybody kind of like log into Zoom and have the same kind of conversations and do breakout rooms. And I like that idea too.
I see it's a couple of folks have written over each other, so I'm trying to interpret it. The teacher handbook takes lead time. If you want to come off mute, just share. I can't quite read the first sentence because it's overlapping, but if somebody wants to share.
I'm not sure how to move it, but one of the teacher handbook or the parent handbook is my comment. I found it that's something that has a published date and something that's worked on a specific time of the year. And so getting updates to the notification for testing into that parent handbook, you got to work with it's not always the testing coordinator that's putting out that parent handbook as a whole. So got to work with that team to make sure it gets in and gets updated. And so that takes some lead time. So make sure that gets done early in the year.
Yeah, that was our student support services put that out. So yeah, that's a good point. You want to make sure that they know anything that's changed, right? A site testing policy, yeah, that's a good one as well. Yeah, the more you know. I mean, that's the thing, I guess. The takeaway is the more information that people have, the better off. If it's published in multiple mediums, a lot of places, nobody gets surprised. Trying to keep it consistent in all places, and just knowing it's a go-to for folks. Like, if you have like a learning management system, like a Canvas or something, of course, we use it all the time, but if your LEA has it, I think it's a great place to create a group where you can post resources so everybody knows how to get there and access things, even if they can't attend. You're always going to have folks who can't attend meetings, but they know they can go there after the fact, and if you can record it, all the better.
We're going to be covering a high-level look at the initial alternate LPAC and the summative alternate LPAC. So the summative alternate LPAC testing window coincides with the summative LPAC starting February 1st and closing May 31st, 2024. You may recall an offset window that was in the first year. It's now perfectly coinciding with summative LPAC. All eligible students must participate, and we'll discuss eligibility in a few minutes. Once again, there is no opt-out provision for the LPAC, including the alternate LPAC. So an IEP cannot specify exemption from an LPAC, nor can a parent letter. The initial alternate LPAC and summative alternate LPAC are now fully operational. There are three main benefits of these tests. First, it provides a consistent statewide measure of English language proficiency for students with the most significant cognitive disabilities. Second, the alternate LPAC is aligned to the 2012 English Language Development Standards via the ELD connectors. ELD connectors provide reduced depth, breadth, and complexity of the ELD standards that are appropriate for this student population. Third, the alternate LPAC allows students to use a preferred communication mode for testing that is used during instruction and is familiar to the test examiner. This allows responses via eye gaze, picture cards, and other similar communication methods. So in fact, the rules for who can act as a LPAC, alternate LPAC test examiner, guides us or advises us to use someone who is familiar with the student and those response modes. Please note, the initial alternate LPAC and summative alternate LPAC must be administered in person and one-on-one with a test examiner, and remote testing is not an option. So let's discuss student eligibility for the summative alternate LPAC. This is similar to eligibility for the California alternate assessments in CASP. The CDE has developed an optional alternate assessment decision confirmation worksheet. That's a PDF. It's been updated this year. That's used to help IEP teams determine whether a student is eligible to participate in the alternate LPAC. The link is in the note-taking guide. Students who were assigned to take the alternate LPAC will be automatically assigned to take the alternate assessments in CASP. This is known as the Alt for All logic. The alternate LPAC is for students with the most significant disabilities who have been determined eligible for alternate assessments by an individualized education program, an IEP team. The student must also be identified as an English learner. In the case of an initial alternate LPAC, the student would have to be a potential English learner based on the results of home language survey. And in CalPADS, students would be identified as to be determined. As with the LPAC, the alternate LPAC must be administered to students in kindergarten through grade 12 and students up to 22 years old if they are enrolled in the LEA. So that's 22, not 12th grade, of course. Transitional kindergartners take the kindergarten test. They are considered to be in a year one of a 2-year kindergarten program. As homework, connect with your special education department and confirm the number of eligible students and test examiners, including secondary test examiners as needed, that will be preparing in this year's alternate LPAC or are preparing to participate in it. As enrollment and IEPs change, there may be students newly identified for this assessment. Be sure to mention that IEPs may need to be updated to include the alternate LPAC and any appropriate accessibility supports. So the alternate LPAC has some unique features that differentiate it from other state tests. The initial alternate LPAC and summative alternate LPAC follow the same blueprint, and neither are computer adaptive tests. Test forms will be consistent with the general LPAC grades and grade spans, both summative and initial. Another similarity is the use of integrated task types. Receptive items will incorporate both reading and listening, and expressive item types will incorporate both speaking and writing. And also note that domain exemptions are only available for the summative LPAC and initial LPAC, but won't be available for the alternate LPAC, as there are no separate domains for the alternate LPAC. Since we are approaching the summative LPAC window, now we'll focus on how to prepare for the summative alternate LPAC. Taking time to prepare for the summative alternate LPAC will be critical to your LEA's successful implementation this year. The testing window aligns with summative LPAC, which opens on February 1st. Preparation starts with identifying the students who will take the test. As a reminder, your homework includes connecting with your special education department, confirming the number of eligible students, and the number of test examiners that will be participating in this year's alternate LPAC. Be sure to mention that IEPs may need to be updated, as we said in the last slide, or an addendum can be added to include the alternate LPAC and any appropriate accessibility supports. The link to the alternate assessment IEP team guidance webpage is in the note-taking guide, as we mentioned. And after confirming IEP designations and ELA status, update the test assignments in TOMS, upload all accessibility settings in TOMS at least 48 hours prior to testing. So that test assignment for the alternates is not automatic. You have to actually assign it in TOMS on one side or the other, either on the CAS side for the CAAs or on the LPAC side for the alternate assessment, alternate LPAC. It will for all logic, if a student's been identified for CAA for science, English language arts and literacy, or mathematics, they'll also be assigned to take the alternate LPAC on the LPAC side of TOMS. LEA LPAC coordinators should review the resources available to become familiar with the test and keep updated as more information becomes available. Determining the best methods for communicating details about the test within the LEA will be key in keeping staff and families informed. Training is critical. It's a critical piece of that preparation process. So LEA staff must be properly trained to administer the summative alternate LPAC. There's a separate training for that in Moodle. The training will be launched or was launched in Moodle on November 1st. And there is a separate LEA certification that you need to complete for the summative alternate LPAC if you have students in your LEA who will take the alternate. And that should be completed by December 16th, just around the corner if you have students in your LEA who will test with that. CDE resources for the alternate LPAC include program overview, communication materials and resources, test administration resources, scoring and results reporting, laws, regulations, and requirements, and technical documents. And there's a link to CDE resources in your note-taking guide. Just as an FYI, CDE will have information on the assessments, and those will be distinct from ETS information on those same assessments, generally policy-oriented, communication-oriented materials available through CDE. Resources on the alternate LPAC website include general resources, accessibility resources, resources for LPAC coordinators, resources for test examiners, and resources for site level staff to talk to parents about the alternate LPAC. So let's take a moment and process the preparation needed for the summative alternate LPAC. Take a moment and note the following on your note-taking guide. What are 3 points you want to remember about the alternate LPAC, and what is still rolling around your head that needs to be finalized? What do you feel you have a handle on? What do you feel is still rolling around? And what do you want to remember? Take a note in your note-taking guide now. You can drop a note in the chat as well. Okay, I think I'm handing it over to Hillary for the next section.
Excuse me.
I can hear Hillary through the wall having a coffee coffee fit. Perfect timing for the transition.
Oh, I'm so sorry, excuse me. But let's focus on during testing, the portion for the test administration now, section 4. And in this section, we're going to explore and discuss the major responsibilities of the LEA, LPAC coordinator, once the site begins testing. So once testing is launched in your LEA, there will be a need for initial support and ongoing support to the sites. That support can come in a variety of ways and from individuals. The main support will definitely come from you, the LEA LPAC coordinator, but you should also have a plan for how technology staff can assist and support, as well as additional central office staff who can provide hands-on support to sites when needed. When you are thinking about the support, there are really 2 different frames that you want to think about. One is the support that's needed during the first couple of days of testing at school sites, and what support is needed ongoing after the site has started testing. And you're also going to want to consider what issues have occurred in the past so that you can prepare with the support if those issues happen to arise again. So not one size fits all. Obviously, there are many different ways that you can provide supports to sites during the first day of testing. And there are just a few examples for you to kind of consider. The key to support is to provide it, no matter how you're going to provide it, but it's so that testing can come across as seamless as possible. Before testing begins, it's important to work with your site coordinators to make sure they have plans for testing and that they have procedures in place if something happens. Gentle reminders, call them compassionate reminders, are helpful as long as they aren't overwhelming. And it's also important for coordinators to reach out to their special education departments for support as needed. Don't be afraid to ask for help or support from anyone, especially for more specialized issues. I know as a site leadership, as a principal, on those first few days, it was always what I called a large visible presence. So it was like all hands on deck. And typically on that first day, it was even reaching out to the district office and asking to have someone, which they always did. It always someone from the district office, a director came with 2 or 3 people with technology, almost like the IT person from the Saturday Night Live skits, ready to go and to help you with anything that you needed. And I'm not sure if my colleagues may want us to mention or touch upon how they organized or provided support on those first days. Maybe share any of those success tips.
Yeah, it was the same thing. It was like all hands on deck, everybody out, everybody sort of deployed. I was out there going from site to site. It's always different when they can see, especially if you're like centrally located at like the district, that if the sites actually see you out there in the field as like a point person, it really does make a difference. So I always really made sure to kind of visit at least, each of my sites once.
What I do remember was the district always had set up, there was always, an emergency like hotline. There was always someone stationed at a phone number you can get a hold of. And there was always like 4 to 5 rovers. And so at my site, I would then mimic or parody that same kind of idea. I'd have an administrator and a counselor in a room, and everyone had their number and everyone was emailed, this is where you call if we're looking for students. And then we'd also have, campus security, you have clerical and stations kind of ready just for anything, teachers to use restrooms and whatnot. So that first day, if it's super positive, Starbucks cards, as Lisa mentioned, or food, that always kind of set the tone for the rest of the week.
I would just throw in too, since we're assuming most of you are brand new to your roles, and of course, a lot of you are at charter schools, so it's really just going to be you. But if you're at an LEA or if you're maybe a charter management organization where you have multiple people, look for those site administrators who may have a few years under their belt too, right? They probably are happy just to kind of stick to their own site and make sure everything's running smoothly there. But as we mentioned, I think Tatiana's question earlier, like what's the most efficient way to get accommodations or designated supports uploaded? That's one of those things that sometimes the site people have a great, tactic on. And it's like, if you can enlist those people to be your consulting group, like, hey, what works well? What have you found in the past? And kind of spread their expertise. You know, they probably be happy to share it with other sites as well.
Coordinator support on the first days. As the LEA coordinator, your primary role during testing will be to provide direct support to your schools. The initial first day support at school sites can look different in different LEAs. In a small or medium-sized district, you might visit each site, as Stephanie had mentioned, on their first day of testing. If this is possible in your district, then you're going to want to be very strategic. If you have more than one site testing, if you have more than one site starting testing on the same day, yes, you're going to want to be strategic on who's going where and how they're placed. Another option is to stagger the start times on days when you may have multiple sites launch testing, so that you can be on each campus for that first launch and kind of have that visibility. For example, if two school sites were starting their test on the same day, you can make sure that one starts at the beginning of the day while the other starts in the mid-morning. However, keep in mind that they've probably gone to great lengths and lots of conversations with lots of people to make sure that their testing schedule is adhered to. But these are some ideas to kind of keep in mind, and maybe even being involved in the conversations as they're making their testing schedules is always great. But
can I just add too, let me just like
yeah.
overly communicate all of that too, right? Like you can never communicate too much when it comes to all of this. So making sure just like everybody is fully aware, you know, you're not just your test site coordinators at the site, but making sure they're pushing it out so that like grade levels that aren't testing, like they have an idea of what's going on. So I always kind of err on the side of just overly communicating during it. So
yeah, I agree. If you're going to be visiting sites, have available your schedule of where you're going to be, your phone, or in some cases your phones, on and around silence, but on and around so that you're able to be there. And yes, like Stephanie said, just continue to overly communicate where you're going to be. Even at the end of the day, a small short debrief on how well testing went, meeting expectations, letting people know, pointing out places that there was great processes in place. All are part of that happy first days of testing. In larger districts, since we just spoke about smaller or medium size, with larger districts or schools in rural districts with large distances between schools, you may want to consider visiting every school site on their first day if they don't conflict, if it's feasible. And in cases like this, you might consider establishing, like we kind of mentioned, but the official name is like an ELPAC command center to field startup calls and support sites in the beginning of their testing. Think about the support that a site with a new testing coordinator, Evan mentioned, versus a more seasoned site leader may be, with specific challenges that may be happening and where your attention may need to be prioritized. Remember, support does not have to be a one-size-fits-all for your schools. I think I'm not sure if there's anything else anyone wants to touch upon, but I think we're kind of
even like that tech team too. I think we mentioned just making sure like your tech staff is aware, because undoubtedly there's going to be some sort of like tech challenges that are going on. So you're going to need their support. Possibly they're going to be deployed. Even like your CalPads administrators, making sure they know, because someone's going to say, why doesn't the students test appear? There's some investigation there that they can do. So it really involves even more than just even like your test coordinators and your test examiners, but like who are all the support staff around that are going to help to troubleshoot, especially within those first few days.
And we're gonna, in a few slides, we're gonna get to that, and that's a good point to mention, Stephanie. Technology, you always need them, even when you're not testing, you need them. But once testing gets going at sites, our jobs continue because you're become more on call and responsive in nature during this time. Kind of become like a fireman or investigator or an advisor, and in some cases you're the therapist and you're listening. Our role can be an on-call. It's going to be on-call during testing hours to assist site coordinators with whatever issues arise that they need help with and support. The issue may be as simple as a student's screen went blank, to an issue where a student does not have the correct designated supports and or accommodations available in the testing platform. Our role is also to know about resources available to us so that we can answer the questions from sites as quickly and as accurately as possible. As LEA coordinators, we want to be available and responsive, but not to overreach. You'll want to clearly articulate how site coordinators are to reach you in their moment of need. And we'll share with you, we will need to share with them how best to contact us during testing. Cell phone or desk phone, email, even a text if possible. So we're going to go into detail about monitoring, troubleshooting, and incidents shortly. So moving along to coordinator support concerns from ETS. We also want to make sure that you are aware that if a student writes a response to a question that causes concern, your LAA will be contacted by ETS via email through the Crisis Alert Response System, CARS, process. Alert notices are sent to districts if students' writing indicates the student might be in crisis. Examples can include responses in which students suggest that they have experienced some kind of physical or emotional abuse or neglect, that they may harm themselves or others, or that they are experiencing severe distress. Follow-up is required to ensure everyone is safe. These concern notifications go to both the superintendent and the LEA coordinator. It is the LEA ELPAC coordinator's responsibility to develop a plan about how to handle crisis alert papers. LEAs are notified of such instances through the CARS reporting process. If the incident is not acknowledged within 3 business hours, Tom sends a reminder email to all of the original recipients that there has been a CARS incident logged, and will continue to send email reminders only during business hours until the incident has been acknowledged in TOMS. Prior to the start of testing, the superintendent should understand the process you have in place. Each district handles this process differently. The first step is to review and refine last year's process. Be sure to coordinate with the LEA CASP coordinator so that the processes are consistent. These are confidential, sensitive papers, and some are absolutely urgent. Make sure that the right people are involved to ensure everyone is safe. Now we're going to get to some more technology support for that first day as Stephanie was talking about. Technology staff will be instrumental in the success of the startup of ELPAC testing at your sites. It is important that the LEA coordinator, you plan with your technical staff and decide ahead of time who is doing what role for testing and during testing. Pulling off this level of technology support requires collaboration between the IT department and the assessment and educational services, which in some districts can be a new concept and uncharted territory. It is important to establish and foster these relationships all year long. One great tool is a technology coordinator checklist, which can facilitate discussions in creating your district's plan. The link to this checklist is in your note-taking guide, and since our conversation in the chat, we've also added it to the Canvas page. Okay. First day of support can look different in different districts. For example, in some districts, they deploy at least one technology specialist to each school for the first 2 days of their testing schedule. Now, it may or may not be feasible depending upon the setup of your LEA. The primary focus of technology staff on those days is to be present and near or in the testing rooms to assist with any issues that might arise. Another option can include on-call techs, which are strategically located and can be deployed as needed to be on site within 15 minutes, and tech support that is assigned to a cluster of schools based upon the vicinity to one another. It will be important for the assessment team and tech team to decide how to handle phone calls. The worst thing to happen is for a call to come in and they are told to call someone else with no support. A recommendation is to log all the calls received by both tech and assessment so they can be proactive with issues that are occurring frequently. Debrief sessions, as we mentioned, with test site coordinators are also helpful in determining common issues, discussing ways to prevent them in the future as well. And is there anything else? I know we mentioned some tech support, but is there anything else anyone's thinking about that maybe not mentioned you'd like to share? And if not, then technology support that's ongoing. Once testing is up and going, daily on-site technical support is not needed, but you should have an on-call plan. Technical staff will be needed to assist when issues arise, especially when there is wireless or network issues that occur. Communication is always the key, and I think we emphasize that throughout the entire presentation. And remember, support can also require some flexibility. Site assignments for technology specialists need to be considered. So keep in mind, make note of every technology support team member must have a signed security, test security affidavit on file and receive training prior to providing the on-site support. Often technology support team members won't have a TOMS account and will need to sign the non-TOMS security affidavit. A link to that non-TOMS user affidavit is in your note-taking guide.
Yeah, and I just wanted to emphasize that part too, right? So anybody who might be in a classroom that might be supporting with any of that technology, you know, troubleshooting, any other kind of support staff, just making sure that they are signing those non-TOMS user affidavits. And so sometimes it might be the type of thing you do early on in the year, right? It's always tough to kind of collect these, like, okay, testing's coming up, let me collect them. I always recommend doing these early on, having a quick meeting with the, you know, these staff members and kind of explaining sort of like what they're signing. And then thinking about where are you going to kind of store all of those affidavits just so you have them done. So earlier in the year, the better than right before testing occurs, but do make sure that anybody who's not testing but might be in a classroom does sign those agreements too. And that's especially, you know, for any auditing purposes as well. You sort of keep that for compliance too.
Thank you for sharing. That's not bad. It's good advice too. So district staff support. So depending on the size of your district and personnel that's available, additional central office staff may be available to provide support during testing. As the start of testing approaches, you want to think about the areas where sites might need support and who might be able to help outside the assessment and technology staff. In some districts and cases, enlist central office staff to assist, including curriculum staff, teachers on special assignment, and clerical staff. Remember, any staff member who is present in the testing room will need to, as Stephanie said, sign a test security affidavit and receive some training prior to being on site on the first day of testing. And this is specifically important. I remember the district would send maybe a roving sub once in a while if we didn't have enough people off for a restroom break. And we would have someone designated and they would be helping to relieve teachers or whatnot. And we'd have teachers kind of stacked and having that signed. But who else, just, you know, think about who else would probably need to be there. And as we move to the next slide, I believe that's the question we're kind of taking a moment to brainstorm. You know, so we went through quite a bit of information regarding personnel in your district that might be able to assist during ELPAC testing. Take a minute here and think about, you know, who else are you going to need on that first day to make things seamless, to make a positive impact for both staff and for students testing. And take a minute just to kind of absorb the information we went over, maybe jot down any ideas regarding personnel that you think can help to assist.
Is there anyone who's here who's gone through this last year? Maybe this is your second year going through this process. Any ideas you maybe want to share with the group?
Maybe have a go-to person.
Yeah.
No, I need to have them. Without them, it won't run smoothly.
About like those, you know, the program aides, instructional staff, instructional aides. Maybe there might be some TOSAs who come in and out. Lisa, you want to share with us? I see that you.
We have one wonderful instructional aide, and she's really a critical part of our LPAC and test administration. But one thing that worked for me is that we have a small population. I let my teachers at each level choose which day they wanted to give the test, and so that gave them more buy-in. And I always pop in the room the day before and during testing so that they know it's important and their efforts are appreciated.
It's so true, Lisa. That makes such a difference. I will never forget. I did that one year too, when I walked around that first day. I mean, I had like the teacher who came up to me like a year or two later that was like, I'll never forget, you came into my classroom on that day when my first day of testing. And it made such a difference. She was so impacted by it. Because like you said, Lisa, it makes them feel like, oh, well, what their efforts are, are matter, the work that they're putting into it really matters. So it does make a difference.
It really does. And also I have a little fund set aside, and every teacher and administrative aide who's helping me give either the ELPAC or CASP, I send them a handwritten note and I give them a gift card. Just a $5 gift card to Starbucks. It's nothing big, but boy, do they feel appreciated just by that. And even this year, I probably will put out pastries in the morning for teachers to get. I'll work with our PTSA. And so it's no cost, but at least the teachers know someone's taking care of us. And those breaks are so important. So make sure you schedule that roving person to give the teacher the break.
I love that.
That's a great idea, though. I think the handwritten note, especially.
That's great.
Yeah, I'll say just being around on the first day, as a principal, and having to go in and maybe help support a teacher and let them use the restroom or let them have a break. I used to say it was like money in the bank, food, the little things. They appreciate seeing the face and seeing the interaction, and bringing other people on campus to provide like snacks or treats or incentives for your staff who are going to be testing is a very nice personalized touch. I couldn't emphasize that enough. Thanks for sharing that.
And one other idea I'll share with you, I did this for CASP testing, and I could do it for ELPAC as well, but that I only had 6 computer carts last year that I had to roll around, so my testing window was very long. But I arranged with the cafeteria. We have chocolate chip cookies baked on site, and so they made the cookies, and then I got women who worked in different offices coming over and helping me to deliver. So each classroom where the test was being given, when their break came, they got their warm chocolate chip cookie. And I'll tell you, more people have said to me how wonderful that was. And even the staff that helped me bag and deliver, they were so happy, because now the students see, oh, this is someone from the attendance office, this is someone from counseling, this matters. Anything you can do, and if you ask your PTSA or if you have a booster club, believe me, people will support you.
See, these are the pieces of information that are not baked into our training session here. It's the baked
Warm
cookie.
chocolate chip cookies.
Yes.
Was not part of the.
It goes a long way. So thanks for sharing that, though. Those are great.
You're muted again, Lisa. I think you're talking now.
Cookies, or you can get on Amazon those little gummy treats. I'm not kidding you. You can get a box of them for $5, and there's 40, and the kids go crazy for them, and they'll try harder. And so those are the little things I do, but I have a very small population. And so I feel for some of you who are dealing with multiple sites. I have a single site with, between my RFEPs and ELs, I have 100 students.
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for sharing that. We appreciate that. And moving along here, I think we just wanted to take a few minutes here to process this information. In your note-taking guide, there is a section where you can jot down some of these ideas, or maybe next steps that you have in mind, or even things that you want to learn more about. And so we just want to give you maybe 30 seconds to a minute or so to anything that's right on the tip of your tongue or in your head right now, to kind of just take a moment, reflect, and jot down anything before we move on to the next section.
Now I see Howard jotted down. Yeah. Lisa's in a unique situation. She has those 100, you've got 3,600. It is a different consideration on your end. So I hear you. Reaching out to others for that additional support is going to be crucial for you. Ask for that support, kind of start planning what is that support going to look like, because it is very different when you start getting into the thousands of students for for ELPAC that need to be tested. So
the systems and procedures are important at any level, but the communication, even at the very least, with that many students, and to teachers, to communicate that everyone met your expectations, or that there was a great testing environment, is also wonderful. So I know it's
Howard, I'm going to recommend too, it's a few months away, but our assessment colleagues once testing starts in full, we'll have a Wednesdays at 1 every week. You should carve out time to join that. It's an informal group. It's members mostly of our assessment and accountability network, but primarily who are administering assessments. And it's a great place to pick up tips. A lot of tools last year when it came to monitoring progress on testing, which we'll talk about. There are a lot of resources that people have developed, which you may find really handy. I mean, I recommend this to everybody in the group to join that, but particularly if you're new to the position and you're kind of isolated, at least you'll have the understanding of your folks who are in the same boat as you. So we'll drop the link to that. I think it's already, the registration is available, right, Stephanie? Or
it is, yeah. We'll drop the OMS registration link. Thanks, Evan, for mentioning that. It is really nice too. We start that in February, and we do that all throughout the testing season. And it is really a nice shared space for just like yourself, right? To be able to come and kind of share what's working, what are some of your challenges, and like Evan said, what are some resources maybe you can, get from one another. So that you're not reinventing the wheel, especially since you're, fairly new in your role. So please, please, please do join us. All right, with that, we'll go ahead. We'll move on to focus just for a couple slides here on special populations. So in thinking about, what happens when a student's IEP team or Section 504 plan specifies that the student, so it's the next slide, that's perfect, that the student has a disability for which there are no appropriate accommodations for assessment in one or more of the speaking, listening, reading, and writing domains. Well, the student shall be assessed in the remaining domains in which it's possible to assess the student. So just like we just said there, that student will be exempt from the section for which there is no appropriate accommodation. So now for a student with approved exemptions, you'll want to mark the appropriate domain exemptions in TOMS for each domain for which an exemption was approved. Now also there is the initial and ELPAC summative domain exemption decision-making tool document that will also help to determine if an EL student or a potential EL student has a disability that precludes meaningful participation in one or more of the ELPAC domains, for example, maybe speaking, listening, reading, or writing. But please do note that a student may be assigned an overall score only if they're assessed in both oral and written language. So to be considered as having been assessed in oral language, the student must have been assessed in either speaking or listening, and to be considered as having been assessed in the written language, then the student must have been assessed in either reading or writing. So if the student is exempt from the speaking domain and they did not complete the listening domain for the oral language composite, there is no score that's calculated. So the student will not receive an overall score and will not be counted toward participation. Now, a link to the summative ELPAC participation and scoring flyer is in your note-taking guide. And that flyer has a really great summary of all the information that you need about who gets scores and who is counted as participating. Now, as a reminder, domain exemptions are not permitted on an alternate ELPAC. Okay, so they're only available for the summative ELPAC. And again, as a reminder, there is no opt-out option for ELPAC. So parents are only able to request opt-outs for CASP testing, but not for ELPAC testing. So that's, again, part of that ongoing communication. All right, let's talk about those non-public schools, or NPS, that serve special populations. So those non-public schools enroll individuals with exceptional needs pursuant to an individualized education program, and they're certified by the California Department of Education. So contact with all of your NPS sites must be established prior to testing. Now, oftentimes, those NPS contacts are established at the beginning of the year, might change by the testing window. So you'll want to communicate with sites in advance to confirm what those testing dates are for these students. You're also going to want to track test completion status for your NPS students, just like you would for any other site. Now, as we just mentioned earlier too, you as the LEA coordinator will need to build a relationship with the NPS coordinators so that they can maintain an open line of communication. So that enrollment in NPS is going to change throughout the year. So you're going to need to continue to monitor. And I'll tell you just from my experience too, exactly that, right? Reaching out to who those NPS school contacts are earlier in the year. I would invite them to come to monthly test coordinator meetings that I would have at the district, right? I want them to be a part of it too. I wanted them to get the information as well. And then just keeping them in the loop. So when you're maybe sending out emails about, you know, monitoring completion rates or any of the pertinent information that your school sites would need to know, making sure that your NPS contacts know that information as well, staying in constant contact with them because you are going to also be responsible for making sure that they are completing all of those domains. All right, I think I'm I think I'm passing it over to Evan, who's going to go over some planning for issues as well.
You are, but I'm going to stop for just a second because Tatiana asked a good question here, and I don't know when we have another break. So I thought, why don't we read it aloud? So Tatiana asked, the district I worked for last year told us the state determined that no score less than 4 for any student, duly identified or not, will result in reclassification. The district she's currently with has not heard this shift. I just want to confirm that this is correct before I bring it to my current district. In other words, we could previously reclassify duly identified students with a 3 if their IEP team determined that their disability prevented a score of 4, not their language ability. My understanding is that this is no longer the case and that we should instead enact a domain exemption for those students so that they may still earn a 4. Well, I'm not going to talk about the domain exemption initially, but generally speaking, yes, a 4 for reclassification purposes. However, there is room within the language, and I don't think we have the ELPAC information guide link, but we'll add that. The IEP team does have the last say. However, the language as it's written really requires that IEP team to have documentation that would hold up in court, right? If they're going to not reclassify a student for who's received a 4, or if they want to, so if they think that the limitation being placed on them for the purposes of reclassification is not related to their language, but rather the disability. So it's kind of raised the bar in terms of what is expected of the IEP team. Thank you, Stephen. And I don't remember the page number, but it's written in there. But we've had these questions have arisen from pretty large districts actually. But the IEP team ultimately does have the final say if it's a duly identified student. For everybody else, it's a 4. But if a student's duly identified, the IEP team still has leverage, but they have a high bar now to meet, or a higher bar to meet in terms of justifying. It's got to be, will hold up something they'll hold up in court if they decide to go a different direction.
Can you just explain that a little bit more? Like what shifted last year? Like what's the new bar for the IEP team? Like what's different now? What expectation are they held to now?
Stephen, do you have that page open by any chance? Maybe we could share it.
Yeah, I do. Why don't I share screen on that page? So we're looking at criteria 1. Although this is not the phrase where the wiggle room is inserted.
Are you sharing your screen?
Oh, I thought I was. I'm sorry.
There you go. No, that's presenter notes.
I apologize.
That looks good.
So this is the ELPAC information guide. Here's reclassification criteria for students who take the summative ELPAC. indicates the need to use those for criteria. Here's for criterion 1. For duly identified students, this is criteria 4, which would be the local assessment of basic skills, which is generally CAS, but is not always. But here's that note where that wiggle room is inserted. Although that wiggle room is there, I think Evan's statement is really important, and it should be the consultation should go through your EL department and ensure that the students' English language acquisition needs are being addressed.
Yeah, I think it maybe is on page 50, Stephen. I'm looking, and then I may be off because
Page
there
50.
might, yeah, see if you find something there. But it got pretty specific within this guide.
Oh, in terms of the LPAC domain exemption?
This is probably referring to an older version of the guide because it's from 2000. It's a year old. An email. I was going back through emails, so I know we've had this discussion before. And I think the pages have shifted a little bit.
Yeah, there was previously only a guidance that gave some wiggle room on the summative assessment and not the alternate assessment, but that's changed in the current version of the LPAC info guide, the one that has the 24 on the end of it, so that both have the same sort of statement, I believe.
Sorry, but just to be super clear, it is possible for a dually identified student to receive a 3 on the LPAC and for that student to reclassify if the IEP team determines that reclassification is the most appropriate and that they are able to defend that decision in court.
That's correct. So that key phrase is that a professional with training and expertise, and this is what I dropped in the chat, in second language acquisition, who understands how to differentiate between the students' ELP and the student's disability, should be part of that team for EL students with disabilities. So they would want to be part of a conversation, but it definitely ramps it up. Like, it just isn't an arbitrary determination. It has to be something that they would feel comfortable documenting and defending, taking it to court.
Also, there's no
Thank
set
you.
level that is non-4. It doesn't state 3 as an alternative.
Yeah, good point.
Meaning that it could be 2 or 1.
Yeah, it doesn't specify 3. It's just if you don't have a 4, it could be any level. They felt like it was the disability that was impacting the student's inability to reach a level 4.
Thank you.
Hopefully it doesn't come up that often, but I don't know about the size of your district. But yeah, it's I don't think that the EL folks were super thrilled to not having the last say with reclassification, but the IDEA ultimately has final say when it comes to students who are duly identified. Okay. I've lost my sharing. Where did it go? Sorry. Okay, so planning for issues. We're going to shift gears again here from special populations. So yes, this is all about contingency planning. All right. During my years as the LEA LPAC coordinator, and of course the entire group here, our cumulative years there, we all saw a lot of issues arise. During this next section, we're going to talk about the most common issues. So among them would be a new English learner enrolling after you've started your testing, the students' accommodations or designated supports change, students' special ed or 504 status changes in CalPADs in the middle of testing, and then some other unforeseen issues. So, so if you refer back to that information graphic And let me see if I can pull it up real quick here. So it's visible. Hold on one sec. Okay. So as you know, so EL students who enroll in your LEA after testing window open, they require a little extra attention because there is that delay, right? So you get this delay between when the student appears in CalPads and when the student when the test becomes available for the student in TOMS. So there's a lag between these systems. Typically it's 48 hours or longer, but we usually say from the time of enrollment, it can take up to 3 to 5 business days before the student will appear in TOMS and then subsequently within the testing platform. And CalPads to the testing system alone is 24 to 48 hours. So once the student is registered in TOMS and then in the testing platform, you'll be able to see if a student completed a test at a prior LEA. So and the form that was assigned to them. And it does happen that students will have completed only part of the ELPAC, and you have to complete, you're required to help complete it. The good news is you get credit for whatever they do, I guess, because they, especially if they're, potentially could positively impact your English learner progress indicator. Anyway, but that's something you're going to want to pay attention to. So you want to be able to wait until they get in and then be able to determine what they need to take. So a student if a student had not completed a domain in a previous district, the student should be administered that same form to complete that domain. Students may be administered the rest of the domains using the form assigned at your district or your LEA. Tests already completed will be grayed out to the student screen, and the student will not be able to access the assessment in that part of the summative assessment. This information will also appear in the completion report, which we're going to talk about shortly. It's important that your CalPads administrator make timely updates in CalPads. And again, baked goods work, gift cards from Starbucks, whatever, you got to, get tight with your CalPads person, and you will. Just by definition, you're going to have a lot of information going back and forth during testing season. You just want to make sure you know who's not eligible to test. Sites could call the previous student's school if you wanted to check on, see if the student had completed testing or not. Sometimes this will just help planning or testing. So if you know where the student's coming from, you may want to just check in. You also have students that move out of the district, and there's lag time between when they become disenrolled from you, and they're going to continue to show up in your eligibility list. This is like the bane of a lot of test coordinators' existence, because they left and they they'll sit in TOMS for it seems like forever. But if you see somebody at the end of the test administration, they have enrollment elsewhere, you can always reach out to either your success agent, or sometimes it may require a CalPads ticket, which your CalPads person will be familiar with. So let me go back to sharing our PowerPoint. So another issue is accessibility changes, status and accessibility changes. So once the testing starts, the LEA and site coordinators will receive emails regarding a change in student status. You may be receiving these even now if a student status changes in CalPad. So the change in status means that either a student's special education status or their 504 plan status has changed in CalPads, and these students are no longer listed as special education or with a valid 504 plan. These changes usually happen when the plan expires or a student moves to a new district. Due to the change in status, all of the students' accommodations that have been assigned are dropped from TOMS. The report will show you why they were dropped and what accommodations they had. It's important to note that not all students listed on the status change report will have actually had accommodations or a designated supports assigned to them. You're still going to get notified, but they may not have lost anything. If the reason for the drop status is corrected, like for instance, an expired IEP, the student accommodations will need to be set up again in TOMS. It's not automated, and those need to be aligned with the current IEP or 504. If a student has already started testing a test with incorrect settings, the test needs to be reset. You have to file a CERS request before the correct settings can be applied. So you want to definitely make sure you're on top of that. Are there any other thoughts or tips, team, on the kind of stuff that will pop up here? on occasion with regards to the status and accessibility changes.
Yeah, those are often new students, and the new students will need to have their IEPs adopted initially, and that process has to happen in CalPads. So I believe it's a two-step process: adoption of the prior district's IEP, and then meeting to modify. So the student otherwise would have a gap in services if a student is simply moving districts and is not necessarily have a change in status.
And that's actually going to come from your special ed data system. So it's a little even more complicated. So it's one more thing, one more step in that multi-system process. So when the student arrives and enrolls, the files that need to be submitted may take an extra step. So could account for some additional delay. Another issue that you may encounter is potentially name changes. So this could be a sensitive topic, and students can, of course, change their names. They can also have changes to their gender. So it's a good idea to make sure you understand the local policy and practices for updating gender and preferred name, both in your student information system and in CalPads. In advance of your testing, it's important for staff to be considerate and caring about students, right? So you want to make sure the student is referred to by a preferred name. If it's different than their legal name, you want to verify that that information has been entered in CalPads so that that name will appear during testing and on the student score report. So it's definitely something you want to be sensitive to, and it could, you don't want to run afoul of that and have a student score report go home with a non-preferred name. So here's an issue. What if a student is given the wrong test? This never happens. Or if the wrong student is accidentally tested. And this has happened a lot since the CalPads redesign last year and the challenges with this state student ID, the identifying process. It's getting better. They've identified they've got a new algorithm, so hopefully it'll get tighter. But definitely we've had some incidents where students were given a state student ID that was already taken by another student, so it can create some conflicts. So errors like these are considered testing irregularities, and there are steps to follow to process irregularities, and they are as follows. So first thing, local administrators or staff need to take corrective action and notify the site coordinator. Then the incident is mitigated as necessary by school staff, and the LEA coordinator needs to be notified for assistance with this mitigation process. So within 24 hours, the site coordinator or LEA coordinator will use the online CERS appeals process to report the irregularity. And if the irregularity involves the ELPAC, CERS will require the coordinator to also include a plan of action for avoiding similar testing incidents in the future. The coordinator will submit an appeal request if prompted by the system. The submitter then, and the LEA coordinator, if the submitter is a site coordinator, will receive an email summarizing the submittal. The CDE or the success agent from ETS will review the CERS case and approve the appeal if necessary, and the coordinator should retain the CERS response email just for your own records. So it does happen, and usually I think that you can resolve it through your success agent, but definitely be prepared on this issue. So some uncommon issues. So you want to be prepared as best you can. Like I said, have contingencies in place, because no matter how many years you've been doing ELPAC or CASP assessment, there's always going to be something new that's going to happen. It's just inevitable. And so as an LEA coordinator, you're going to want to have a plan for how to handle these, especially if you happen to be out of the office. So remember, you alone as an LEA coordinator can contact the success agent with an issue. So you want to have all calls come through you to make sure everybody knows this. Everything comes through you, and you can get all the information possible before you contact your success agent. And if you're in LA County, that's Marcus Betancourt. He's very responsive. In addition to your success agent, one of the best resources you have are your folks in the room here. You know, make some friends while you're here, or us as well. Your other fellow LEA LPAC coordinators. It really helps, and that's another good reason to join the Wednesdays at 1. It's a lot of times it's where we surface, where a lot of the issues that are happening pretty regularly get surfaced by people, and sometimes, you know, you'll hear things from somebody, and then somebody else will chime in. You didn't even necessarily know that it was a problem, but it becomes really clear that, oh yeah, a lot of people are experiencing this, and then we could actually elevate it on behalf of our LEAs. So we already have that link in the chat for your success agent. So Marcus is at region11@ets.org. That'll get right to Marcus or one of his team members. If you have a problem that happened in your district more than once, you definitely want to give a heads up to your site coordinators if you have a site coordinator structure for that. Depending on the issue, sites may be able to handle the situation on their own and not have to call in. Just remember, being an LEA LPAC coordinator is not dull or boring. You're like air traffic controller and 911 operator. What's like the most interesting challenge any one of my colleagues had? Is there anything that jumps out? I have more of a CASP issue, but I did have a teacher, an excellent teacher, by the way, let their 8th grade algebra students all use the wrong calculator one year. It was like, I could just feel like the shame, like, you know, we had like all his scores were invalidated, you know, and like, just, you know, it was painful. But yeah, that was a brutal one that you're just like, it was just such a, oh my gosh, you know, and that's like, you know, a third of your 8th grade, or maybe not quite that much, but it was a lot of kids. So that was a major factor.
There's like some sort of like technology with the phones. I had one year who just wanted to do really, really well on the test. I mean, was so passionate about doing well that the student like took a picture of the essay that they were writing because they wanted to go home and work on their writing and everything. It was like all good intentions, but you know, they have the way to the capture if like the phones are being used. And the student was like devastated because like all they wanted to do was like really develop their essay and work, you know, it wasn't even like for like cheating purposes in that way. So yeah, that was heartbreaking.
Stephen, you must have had a good one. You got a big district.
Oh yeah, every year was different. We had audits several times, and you know, one of the audits it took issue with students voluntarily returned their name and SSID cards rather than had the teacher proactively collect them. So very detailed orientation to, you know, the letter of the way things is supposed to run can cause issues. So knowing every detail is very important. Of course, if you know every detail, you start finding that one guide will have one set of guidance and another guide will have slightly different guidance. Generally the rule was to go with the more stringent version of it.
Well, we're going to throw some situations at you right now. These are in your handouts, right? So, but we're going to just kind of talk our way through. Let me zoom in a little bit so we can see these better. And so what we'll do here, we'll just use the chat or come off. So it's a two-step process. We'll give you the situation. You can use the chat, identify the issue, and then we can talk through the solution. So first situation, after administering the summative LPAC, a teacher receives a letter from a parent demanding that their son not be tested and that any test already taken be voided. Anybody have this happen before? I had some kind of similar things.
I'm I have it happening right now.
Oh, do you? Okay, so first of all, let's identify the issue.
Okay, the issue is that they want to waive out of the LPAC, but it's a federally mandated test, so they can't do so.
Right, so that is the issue. Yes, you can't waive out. There's no, we've talked about it a couple times. There's no exemption, parent exemption for this test. So great. What's your solution going to be, Lisa?
Well, you know, the parent actually filed a complaint with the Office of Civil Rights. So I've been working with the Office of Civil Rights to try to help the parent understand that we can't change he wants the child's designation changing CalPads from EL to English only. But he's taken the LPAC, you know, he's in 11th grade. So he's taken the LPAC several times, and we're just working with him to try to help him understand that we can't do that. And the parent, it's really sad because the parent comes and checks the child out of school every day that the EL class meets, the EL support class. I've offered to take the child out of the class, but he won't agree to that unless I change the designation. So because he wants to sue. So I'm just waiting to hear back from the Office of Civil Rights today to see what our next step forward is, because I thought we had it resolved, but we don't.
Yeah, the parents can decline services. They can decline, but they
Right.
can't decline the assessment and the reclassification process. I had someone whose student had already been reclassified and they wanted to retroactively remove the EL designation from before. And I'm not really even sure what their concern was, right? And the student was bilingual, right?
Right.
And you're like, well, this should be actually, you know, to their credit, right? Now they fluently speak 2 languages, but yeah, it's strange, you know, there may be a social stigma felt by the parents.
We also
that's
have,
good.
just on another note, we have another request. I had 2 students request this week to return to the long-term English language learner class they reclassified, but they received so much support. And like I said, we have a small community, we really build community, and they don't like being RFEPs. They want to have the supports back that they got from the teacher in the ELD class. So I'm working with the staff at the school to build their capacity in using SEDI methodology and their familiarity with the EL and RFEP accommodations.
Great idea. Yeah, I can imagine, especially when you have a small program. So here's another question then. We brought it up earlier with the chronic absentee reports. So a student is frequently absent and has not started the ELPAC during the last week of the window. He is suspended. So what's the issue at the heart of this? You need to chat too.
Student has not taken the mandated test and now has been barred from school. Yeah.
Right, so it's going to affect your participation rate potentially, and then you know if you are subject to an FPM audit, or it's not an audit, but an FPM for English learners, they're going to ask for and you know potentially pull the student in. So solutions.
I would probably work with our dean's office to see if I couldn't arrange for this child to be tested in a small environment, say the EL office, or I would see about the viability or availability of giving the test remotely. But I would want to get the child tested. And that's why I told people, if you have these frequently absent students, like I have them first on my list. They're not even taking the test with the class. I don't know if I gave the right answer, but.
Oh, no, I mean, I don't think there's exactly a one right answer. I will say too, we had students, particularly at continuation high school, and we had one teacher in particular, she liked working with our secondary students, and she knew a lot of these kids. We had a team, and she was a retired teacher. She was part of our EL testing team. And she's like, oh yeah, she's like would hide. She's like, they'd see her coming and head the other direction. So she'd be very surreptitious, right? But that is the case. Some students, particularly, you know, your long-term English learners, some of them are just like, I don't want to, like, I'm sick of this and I'm just like going to avoid it, right? So they purposefully avoid testing. It makes it even more challenging. But yeah, I think that's a good option. And the remote testing is certainly an option if you can get that to work. I think at the very least, you want to make sure you document everything, right? So have documentation. It's always a good case for any student if they can't test for some reason, including suspension. If it was a suspension potentially, you know, related to violence or something where, you know, it's not really an option to test them in a smaller environment or have them on campus. If it's going to be too disruptive, we want to document that. Any other thoughts on that one, team? Yeah. All right, well, let's look at the number 3. This is one we saw a lot last spring. Student new to the U.S. has entered your school after being enrolled for 4 days at another U.S. public school. Status shows as TBD. You have 2 weeks left of the summative testing window. Oof.
Oof. Yeah, that's a tough one. The student has to take the initial LPAC, so I guess I would call the other school to see if they had administered the initial LPAC, and you get those results back sometimes in the next day. So I get them the initial LPAC done and then get the test in as quickly as I could, because it's not like they're going to be successful in their other classes that they're transferring into.
Yeah, sorry, exactly. The question now is their ELAS, their English language acquisition status, shown as a TBD. It's not going to change until testing information is in, but with all the delays that we've talked about, that 4 days, who knows? They may have actually tested that student already, and it's just that there's a delay. So you definitely want to reach out to that other LEA to expedite the process. So if they, or even if they, you know, started the initial LPAC, to at least to know how much might be in the system already. And then, yes, and then it's basically a race against the clock, because you've got, you know, to get the student's initial done, get the, you know, ELAS needs to come down as an EL. So they have to be showing as an EL before they'll show up as being eligible for the summative assessment in TOMS and then in the testing interface. Team, any other thoughts? I know this happened last year. I'm thinking of Hacienda La Puente for sure.
Yeah, grade levels that require scoring are going to be in play here. So on the initial LPAC, K2 is going to take potentially more time to have a EL status.
Yeah. Lisa, do you have another question or comment?
I was going to ask you, is there ever a case where the state would extend the window to accommodate this, or would you just take the hit? You wouldn't take the hit the next year on your dashboard, but you would take it 2 years down the road if the student's still there.
Well, you actually, for participation rate, there's 2 areas, you know, when it comes to administering the summative, right? So first there's the participation rate, which is, and just, you know, well, we don't have a slide up. We always want to ensure 100% of students are required to take the summative LPAC. For the purposes of the dashboard, that number is 95% for exactly these types of reasons, because they know students leave, they're there at the start of the testing window, and then they disappear. Oftentimes they leave the state. You can't test them. So the state understands that, and that's part of our state ESSA plan for our dashboard. It allows for a 95% participation rate. Once it goes below 95% participation rate, then your LP will be subject to a penalty. It's essentially the student will be entered as having not progressed, right? If you're below that, or as many students as would needed to be tested to bring it up to 95%, all those students will be included as if they didn't progress. So it'll bring your status down. They are applied in the immediate term. So if that student was not tested this year, it would affect your dashboard in the fall. Then the other piece is just for FPM. You know, if you had an EL FPM and they're going to ask you for your, you know, list of students who are tested, and any students who didn't test could weigh against you. It could result in a finding. So that's why, hence, you want to make sure you document every instance where every effort was made. In this case, you know, you were dealt a pretty bad hand, right? A student coming in at the very end of the year, you know, sometimes you just flat run out of time, and they will not be extending the testing window moving forward. They have in the past. So I think it was in 2022 where we extended the LPAC window was extended beyond the school year for most people. I mean, some schools we're still in school, but moving forward, because it changes to the dashboard publication, they're pretty much going to have a hard stop on all testing. And this year, I think last year, the state was saying there are just a handful of LEAs that we're still testing after, I don't remember the date now, but after July 1, I guess. But they're gonna, so this will be the last year though and they will basically a hard stop, so they wouldn't be extending it. But you know, sometimes you may just have to take a lump here, just make sure you document it.
Yeah.
And the final situation, principal of the school tells you a student should be reclassified and should not take the summative LPAC. Currently, the student shows an EL status and paperwork has not been finalized for reclassification. Who has an answer to question? Should randomly call on people. Who else? Who wants to come off mute here and share? Because this has undoubtedly happened with someone. All right, well, I'll put it out to my team then. What's the issue here?
Work hasn't been done. You know, you haven't been finalized, so you know the deadline. I would start having a lot of questions.
Always not like reclassification. That's why I like do reclassification before the window opens, right? Get that reclassification done. Because otherwise it winds up impacting.
Yeah, Mercedes says documentation must be submitted. Students should take the LPAC. Yes, that is correct.
I had a question about the reclassification because one of it is the parent letter, and sometimes that takes a month to get back. So even, are you allowed to change the status in CalPads without getting the signed parent letter back? Could you take an approval over the phone, for instance? Because some of our parents, they just don't sign the material. We'll email them, we call them.
I want to almost defer that to our Moss unit on that one.
Yeah, last year we had this case come up and I finally got the parent. I ran out to the car when she picked up her child and got the signature.
Yeah. I know that one of the things that comes up is more frequently now because of the timing, and particularly if you're at a district, like if you're an elementary school district and potentially you're going to lose students to another LEA, right? And you're waiting on your results from the LPAC, which they do start to trickle in before the end of the school year. But the recommendation is, you know, start working on that parent. If you think the student might be eligible for reclassification, start early to put everything else in place so that if you get your results back fairly late in the term, and this is always the concern, you know, that you can then make sure that the student is reclassified before they have to be exited and then enroll in another LEA. Because if that's the case, there's like a little window where even if the school year has ended, the LEA who last had them, so long as they haven't enrolled, they're not showing up as enrolled in another LEA, where you can still claim the reclassification for your own benefit. But you want to have everything in place so it just doesn't hang out there. It's low hanging fruit for the next LEA to pick them up. But it's good to have everything like this, you know, kind of if you're working with your EL staff to get everything lined up beforehand if you think the student might be eligible. All right. I think that was an easy solution. And I've lost track of where we are. My apologies. Where are we in the slideshow? And who's running right now? Who's running it?
Are we on section 5? Monitoring?
Yeah, we're going to section 5.
Okay. Yeah, we just have a little bit left and then we're gonna do a break for lunch and then allow us to come back and do a lab section. So we'll work through these and then have our break. It's important that you monitor testing in order to make sure all students are tested at your sites and that all tests are administered, and you'll be tasked with reporting security incidents. So let's talk about what that means. There are 2 types of monitoring you'll need to do. You'll have to assist your site coordinators with this as well. The first type is completion, and you'll get your completion rate out of ensuring that the students have actually done the testing. So it's a great thing to review your numbers daily, match those with site testing schedules, make sure they're making progress. If you have a large district, or even if you have a small one, now maybe a distinction between perception and the actual reality of progress towards completion, and making sure that everything's in place is really important. Other type of monitoring is going to be individual student completion. So grade and test completion would be summary data, and student by student completion is a detailed level of that. So as you're embarking on that task, you're quickly going to learn which site ELPAC coordinators need more support than others. And it's your role as an LEA ELPAC coordinator to stay in close contact with those site coordinators and provide assistance in a timely fashion before elements of monitoring, such as expiration dates, become an issue at a site. In fact, you can pull things like that, expiration dates, or assessments that are about to expire, and use those in reminders. The landing page in TOMS is a dashboard, and it's called My TOMS at a Glance. And that shows current test status, the percent complete for each test, based on the number of students eligible or assigned to take that test. And we'll still want to review the official completion report in TOMS, but this is a good at-a-glance site overview of that summary data. Those reports, like the reports we talked about earlier, are in the tab, the reports tab in TOMS, the ones that are the official completion reports in TOMS. The steps for reaching those and finding those in the reports tab are in your note-taking guide. We'll also take a look at it in our session, our lab session after lunch. The system gives you 2 reports to run in order to monitor testing. Keep in mind that those reports are both available through the completion status link in the links tab and not in the reports tab. So there's 2 different places to find data on individual students and summary, and one is through TOMS reports, and another one is in the links tab. It takes you to Cambium, it takes you to the testing system, and that gives you another place to find plan and manage testing. That shows you which students have completed or started which tests, and is a little bit more real time, a little bit more detailed. LEA site ELPAC coordinators have access to those tools in Cambium, the plan and manage testing, and so you'll want to take advantage of both of those. The test completion rate report in TOMS can be run for the district or for all schools at one time, or for a single school. And this tool, it provides completion rates by grade level and type of test or domain. It must be run separately for initial ELPAC, separately for summative ELPAC, and separately for the alternate ELPAC. So if you're administering all 3 of those at the same time, which you generally are, you would run 3 separate reports. It's important to note that these rates are not instant, and they are updated nightly. That's the TOMS report, is not instant. The report will display by each grade the total number of students who should be testing. That's for the ELPAC, of course. Those are students who are EL, initial ELPAC. Those are, of course, students who are TBD, and for the summative alternate ELPAC, students who have that specified, assigned in TOMS and by you, and it's also specified in their IEP and are also EL. So if you should be testing students with the alternate ELPAC and have a total number of students who should test of 0, that's because they have not been identified as such by you. It's important to note the total students column will change as students move in and out of the school district during testing. And this report does not show you which students are missing tests. If you are a larger district, this report can be hard to manage. And so there are reports available that combine the completion status of all parts of a test. Also, Evan mentioned that issue with schools departing, moving out of a school district during testing. That students, the students who move out of the district but do not join a California public school district may remain in your testing report if they have not been picked up elsewhere. The other report available is Plan and Manage Testing Report, and that report is through the links, and it allows you to drill down to the individual student level. It allows you to go into the testing system itself, Cambium, and is a little bit more real time. It's a great report to ensure all students have completed their test, as well as monitor any tests that might be close to expiring. So it's a way to look at the data on tests that are countdown to expiration, number of days. Like the completion status report in TOMS, you have to run this report separately for initial LPAC, summative LPAC, initial alternate LPAC, and summative alternate LPAC. There are many different options of reports to run. I find the most valuable is the one that allows me to see all students have started a test and its current status, and that includes the expiration date of any test not completed. You also want to run the first option. In those options, we'll look at those when we have the lab section, and do that to identify students who have not started a test. These two reports will give you a complete picture of testing, and besides the status of paused, completed, or expired, there are a number of other ones that you'll see. In the online resources, you'll find a report titled Testing Status Definitions that will explain all the other statuses that will appear. Of course, the ramifications of expired tests can lead to inaccurate data regarding a student's abilities. If a test expires, the LEA LPAC coordinator will need to submit a report in the CERS and Security and Test Administration Incident Reporting System to request that the test be reopened. The approval of a reopening by the CDE is going to be based on a limited number of reasons, such as prolonged unexpected student illness. And we can go into more information about this in a few slides. You want to think about when you want to run these reports, how you can assist the site in running some of the reports. So that's either on a daily basis, updating your understanding, or making sure that the sites are doing that on a daily basis, and tracking who has not yet completed. One example in a district, they run on Tuesdays and Thursdays. They run about the about to expire report and send it to the sites by 9 a.m. Sites run the not completed and not started reports on their own. But remember, one size does not fit all when working with your sites, and you might need to assist some sites more than others with the reports and ensure they know how to use them and ensure they are using them regularly to manage their testing. So we're gonna talk about this, about how your LEA is going to ensure that all students have taken the initial and summative LPAC, including the initial alternate and summative alternate LPAC within the designated windows. How are you going to monitor completion status for all students, and what processes you're going to have in place to maintain and collect materials. So those questions are on the screen. How will your district ensure all students test within the designated window, and how will your district ensure no student is tested twice on the initial LPAC if they move from another district? So take a minute or two to process what we've learned already. Jot a note in the chat on the process you plan to use in order to ensure that all students are tested with the ELPAC, and we'll give you a few minutes to do that now. Maybe some of my colleagues have an idea of what they did in order to track and ensure all students were taking the summative ELPAC. Do you have any experiences you'd like to share?
I mean, I had a distinct advantage in so much as we had a team of primarily retired and or substitute teachers. So it was very coordinated. We went school by school, and we were constantly monitoring. I had a lead who was constantly monitoring for each school the reporting. And it's been a few years, and I think the reporting's improved a lot. But again, CalPADS has changed too, so that throws in a few more wrinkles that probably didn't exist at the time. But it was helpful to have a single crew, and of course that's LEA dependent, who was responsible and had kind of complete ownership over the whole process.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree. Sometimes when you're looking from a district perspective at sites, you'll know this site has got it handled, but something will inevitably change at individual sites, and you'll not realize until the numbers look a little bit different than what you expected. And you'll see that it's not getting done here, or things are dropping through the gaps, and using the numbers to drive that discussion and potentially drive training or drive involvement of additional staff, or drive that discussion is really important. So having that detailed day-to-day understanding of where you're at keeps you from, getting behind. Mercedes writes, creating English learners rosters by site grade level, SSIDs, and checking with site LPAC coordinators. I hear that over and over, and something I also did was I ensured I happened to be both the CalPADS coordinator and the LPAC coordinator. And in those roles, I would see that in my CIS, I'd have data that didn't necessarily match CalPADS, and CalPADS data didn't necessarily match what I would be expected to test. And sometimes that had to do with processes. For example, dates mismatched in the CIS that would be disallowed by CalPADS from uploading a certain status, or all sorts of reasons. And so taking your multiple data sources and reconciling them and making sure you see the whole picture from all perspectives is going to be essential in ensuring that all your students test. And being there from the get-go is going to really be important. Because trying to, during those makeup days, figure out what happened is going to be a race against the clock. Okay, we'll move on. We'll move on to incident reporting. So we talked earlier about the process for STARS, the Security and Test Administration Incident Reporting System. So now we're going to talk about the how-to of reporting incidents. Once an incident happens, it needs to be reported to the state. And the process is first to file a report in TOMS using the STARS tab. And the STARS tab, within the STARS tab, there'll be a series of questions. They'll ask you for the type of incident, the grade level, the test, and the number of students involved. So depending on the type of incidents, they might ask also for students' SSID numbers, those students who were involved. Once you submit a STARS report, you'll receive a STARS incident number and directions on how to proceed. as a district, you will want to establish a process for how the different types of incidents are handled. So depending on the stairs incident, CDE requires LEAs to enter in an action plan on how to eliminate or reduce incidents in the future. So be prepared to respond with your process in your LEA on how you train or restore function in a way that is improving the process so that it doesn't happen again. They will need to know who to call, what information they'll need to provide. As we mentioned earlier, the most important thing for addressing and resolving security incidents is consistently applying procedure and knowing who's responsible for those procedures. So don't hesitate to call one of your LEA colleagues, CDE, your success agent, Marcus, for advice about a potential security incident. And together those resources will help you follow the appropriate procedure. And of course, the first step in that process of inputting a stairs is the type of incident. So researching whether incident is reportable and what type of incident it is reportable as is going to be your first step. As an LEA coordinator, communication will be key in keeping interest holders informed and avoiding test issues. So when providing information, you're going to consider your audience in crafting your communication. So to provide the appropriate level of information, be mindful of who is receiving it. What you share with cabinet level administrators, site coordinators, technology staff, test examiners, and possibly even parents will vary. Additionally, it is important to establish a chain of command for the dissemination of information during testing within your district. In your training material, you have a sample of an email sent from an LEA coordinator to all site coordinators. This particular email is in regard to critical steps when your LEA is nearing the end of your testing window. So take note of how the email is laid out, with important points called out with a check mark symbol. This example is something that stresses the importance of being as brief as possible without sacrificing meaning and drawing the eye and attention of the reader to the most critical points that need attention. During testing, new and updated information will be released by the CDE, ETS, and your LEA. If you're around a few years ago during the first year of COVID testing, that was happening on a day-to-day basis. And now, thankfully, we're on a slower update basis, but there is still new and updated information released continuously. Look out for information from CD and ETS presented weekly in the assessment spotlight. That's released on Fridays. And ETS and CD will both send emails to LEA coordinators with newer updated information. So be checking your emails. Referencing the plan you've developed for communications before testing began, you as an LEA coordinator are going to follow up with new or updated information from CD or ETS with details that specify how the new or updated information impacts your LEA and school sites. So consider the frequency and format of your emails to site coordinators to ensure they're not overwhelmed, especially if they're principals. You don't want to be buried in the inbox. Maybe create a once-a-week update where you include all new information, and that works well except in the case of urgent information. Consider using highlighting, bullet points, checkoff formats in order to draw attention to critical information. And you can post messages to site coordinators and test examiners even via the TOMS notifications that show up on the dashboard on TOMS. Those TOMS notifications are general messages that can be relevant to the entire testing system, like scheduled downtimes that are specific to your own LEA. So some of the successes we've had or struggles that we've had with this type of communication is CD often shares templates directed at multiple target audiences. So accessing those is very important. Oftentimes the parent level letters are translated. And if you have additional languages that need translation, other than those supported languages, generally a set of languages are translated by state. Having staff do that translation at your site or district level is important to give yourself a little bit extra time to get that done. In terms of managing expectations for assessment, probably one of the best ways to avoid crises and understanding, like a parent's concern that their student not test, is keeping them involved in what it means to test and what it means for ensuring the students' rights are being upheld. Do my colleagues have anything they'd like to share on this type of challenge? Yeah, it's a pretty communication is ongoing and so very important that you're keeping staff up to date, having a consistent training schedule, and also ensuring your staff are up to date as well. I don't think I mentioned there's also a monthly email from us, ETS, that shows up on the 1st of every month. So you should look out for one on December 1st, both for the ELPAC and the CASP. If you're an LEA coordinator, you'll get that as well. All right, moving into our second question answer section here. We want to think about what's sitting square, what's been dropped into the parking lot for questions that we have so far. We have a few minutes in this Q&A session, so I'd encourage you to call out any questions you did not get answered from the chat, or any questions you have at the tip of your tongue that you'd like to express, and bring those forward now. So please come off mute, or please feel free to resubmit a question in the chat if it got missed.
I think maybe we'll go to the next section because that stands between now and lunch.
Absolutely, yes. I think
That's
as we get towards the end,
I'm gonna round us off here. Talk about kind of our final piece, which is on gathering post-test feedback. I think we've been mentioning this too, collecting information from all interest holders during the ELPAC administration is really a critical piece to improving your practices and ensuring that everyone's needs are really being met. And so a lot of that has to do with that collecting feedback. So it's important to be able to collect the feedback, from, teachers, from students about the test and what might have been or maybe what wasn't as difficult. Understanding that can really help put the results in context and help to determine next steps. So collecting, perception data can be done by a survey. They're usually, the most effective is if you're getting these done within 1 to 2 weeks of when testing was completed. And some of those questions might be, well, even just saying, what did you think of the test? How did these tests compare to tests you took during the school year, during class time? What did you find hard about the items? Computer, reading, not understanding the question or the content might be probes you might want to even drill down more into. And, thinking, what do you think your teacher could have done maybe during the school year that would have helped you on the test? So just kind of thinking, how do you want to collect that feedback from all of those different parties, right? So not just, the teachers or those test examiners, but the students' perceptions as well. So just thinking about how do you want to maybe put out one of those surveys digitally on paper, or maybe even just like verbal feedback where you're able to get maybe a group of students together to be able to kind of gather that data. So when you're reflecting on feedback, you'll want to break it up into a couple sections. What did we learn from students? And then also, what did we really learn from staff? And so when you're including both student and staff feedback, it's important to connect them together. So for example, if students maybe reported one thing that's difficult for them is that, they're not used to reading multiple passages at one time and answering questions on them. Then, you share this idea with teachers or curriculum specialists or maybe some other key staff members. So you want to use that information that you gather to really initiate change in your district that will help to improve teaching and learning. And so maybe you might have learned that, students weren't familiar with the testing interface even, right? And so maybe that could have been especially true for your youngest students, right? So, one solution, that might be really simple with solving that is to require that, you get all third grade teachers to include practice tests as part of maybe homework, right? So that could just be one type of example, but you can see how powerful that feedback really can be from different interest holder groups and can be a driving change. So just kind of thinking about how you might want to collect that feedback at the end here. All right, so to that vein, just in thinking about it, what information might you want to know from students or from teachers or from test examiners, and and thinking about what might you want to do with that information that you collect. And I'm curious, have you used this process in place for any of your testing already? If so, maybe if you're willing to come off mute and share with us what type of methods you might have used. Did you use a survey? Was there a Google form? When did you use it? Curious, has anybody used a survey before to gather that post-test feedback? Or your answer is no, but you're planning to this year. What a great idea. And you can't wait to make it happen. It's so tough too, because I know that by the end of the test, everyone's like exhausted and I don't want to talk about the word test anymore anyway, but it's super important. And really, very valuable feedback to be able to really kind of guide the work that you're doing as you move forward with it. So just, kind of considering the use of surveys or feedbacks for this coming year. All right, how are we doing with any questions that are still out there? I don't know. I know we had asked if there were any questions, anything still lingering. We're going to be wrapping this up. I love it. Thanks, Mercedes. You're planning to use Qualtrics survey to get feedback for next year's planning. Absolutely. We want to hear too. It won't be for a little bit, but we'd love to hear like how that actually works for you, what kind of data you're able to gather and make use of. So that's good to hear that you're thinking of doing it. All right, Evan, you're wrapping us up. We're hungry. We're ready.
I'm going right to the lunch screen.
That part.
I'm gonna see if the timer works. I'm gonna start the timer here. And so we have 30 minutes, so it's 12:20. Let's be generous. So let's reconvene. So if you don't know, so what our plan is to come back, and we have a live demo of TOMS, Moodle, CERS. What else? There's one more thing.
ELPAC interims.
Oh, the ELPAC interims. Yeah. So if you want to stick around, if any of this has your interest, come back in 30 minutes. We're gonna go off screen here ourselves and freshen up, maybe inject ourselves with some caffeine. But when we come back, some live demos. I think it'll be a great opportunity if you haven't really drilled into some of the tools to be able to check it out and to give some, active questions while we're in there, because questions sometimes arise when you're seeing somebody else in the system that you may like, oh, I really want to know how to get there. So come back in 30 minutes and have some nutrition and walk around a little bit, get the blood flow. See you then.
Okay. So I believe we're going to do some lab sections. We'll start with responding to any outstanding questions. If you'd like to bring up any outstanding questions.
Steve, I just wanted to bring, because I mentioned it and I said it was, but I just want to point out, because it's coming up so soon, that the registration link, this is on our Canvas page for the upcoming ELPAC Pretest virtual training series on a week from this Thursday from 3 to 4. So I recommend, before we go today, I just want to make sure everybody knows to register for this, because it'll give you the most current information about the ELPAC. That is all.
But
Thank you, Karina, for
All right,
dropping that in the chat.
share screen and look at chat. Okay, so why don't we look at TOMS? All right, let's start with what is not TOMS. CD's page on ELPAC is a great source of information. One of the things that we sourced from this information was the ELPAC information guide, one of your most important pieces of resources, one of your most important resources, one of your most important reference guides, ELPAC information guide. That's what the one for 23-24 looks like. It should have an August 23 date on it. That is CDE's ELPAC site, but we're going to go to TOMS, which we'll find at ELPAC. If you were there, I believe it was at the last coffee session. They did a survey as to whether or not ELPAC and CAS TOMS should be merged in terms of their website. It was very resoundingly yes in the audience. So I would expect to have some change in our URL so that it has sort of a merged URL or the same site in the not so distant future. But as of now, there is the ELPAC site and the CAST website. They both go to the same login screen. You're going to use your login for this. If you don't have a login, you should have one. If you're not an LEA coordinator, you'll need to be assigned as an LEA coordinator. That's probably how you got invited to this this training or got word of it. Superintendent can designate you as a LEA coordinator if there is no other primary LEA coordinator. If there has been a primary LEA coordinator established and someone other than you, they can also now assign LEA coordinators. Once I get to this screen, of course, I go to log in as an ELPAC coordinator. This gets a little bit more complex at the end of the year, and there'll be 2 different years there. And what you can see in ELPAC TOMS will differ based on the year, and it'll be essentially the current year and the next year. We're going to look at our My TOMS at a glance first. This is going to be your snapshot of the testing window. You'll see an initial ELPAC snapshot, an initial alternate ELPAC snapshot. This is the days remaining in the testing window. You'll see as a county, LACOE does not have any students who are K through 2 as a county office of education. So you'll notice that no primary order was placed, but you should be in TOMS. And if you have K through 2 students, you're going to look for this to make sure that this summative ELPAC order was placed. We'll show you what orders looks like in a minute. And then you're going to look at test completion status for your LEA initial ELPAC. This is going to be based on students who are TBD and TOMS. I mean, not Toms, in CalPads, and then delivered to Toms. If you have any students who are overdue, past 30 days enrollment, these will start showing up under this column. If you have students who are both TBD and specify, and you have determined that they, based on their IEP, that they qualify for the initial alternate LPAC, and you've specified that those will show up here, summative LPAC, summative alternate LPAC. Bind domain testing status. This is initial LPAC. You can see right here. Summative LPAC hasn't started yet. That'll start on February 1st. So once we're in the summative LPAC, you'll see these other graphs populated as well. SSR status here, in case, of course, at the bottom. Notifications. This is the place where you can create notifications to send out to your site coordinators. You can send it out to a specific school or your whole LEA, to specific role types. Students are where you're going to be able to search for students by SSID. There's also the template for uploading test assignments. That's whether or not a student is assigned to the alternate assessment. Test settings. And you can download the template here. It's going to look like this. Oh, it showed up on a different screen. So let me drag it over. My apologies. So this is not necessarily in person-friendly language. A lot of abbreviations, and also you'll find, for example, text. Where's my search? Text. Here's my search. So I'm going to search a particular prompt, speech to text, text to speech, speech to text. So notice you have two different speech to texts, and you'll have non-embedded versus embedded here is the example. Very easy to get yourself confused as to what you're turning on or off, but usable with just, of course, a student ID. The information on those settings and what things mean, the decoder ring is in the tabs. Here's those key to program abbreviations that you'll see, and acronyms used, and each of these columns are going to be defined. A slightly more user-friendly version of that spreadsheet template is usable in something called the ISAP tool. That's this. And this allows you to create a template that's identical, or a upload file that's identical to the one available here. And in input, so information based on understanding of the student. So this will output oops. This will output as the same type of file. And then you can go and take this file. Notice it's the same formatting, just no preliminary tabs, and then upload it into Tom's. Wherever I put it, I remember where I put it, but you can just upload it just as you would the other file. That'll, of course, be subject to error and omission, and you may have errors to correct at that point. Administrations. Okay, so you're gonna set up your test administration window here. This is something that ends up happening over on the CAF side because you really don't have control over the test administration window for the summative LPAC. But I believe you enter your instructional calendar dates, and that is, I believe, what you do here. A lot more to do on the CAS side of things when you're setting this part of it up. So same sort of thing here. This is all going to be pre-populated, I believe. All right, orders. I believe here you can put in your non-delivery dates. So if your staff in your mailroom are not going to be available at all on certain dates, you can put that in. You may not be available, for example, on Thanksgiving, or during maybe the 25th of December or the 1st of January. Those types of dates can be placed in there. Then you would go for placing your primary order if you haven't done that yet. If you have timed out on your primary order, if you timed out on your primary order, you can do so with a supplemental order. I'm actually gonna, I believe this only has numbers and not, so this is gonna be K12, like I said before. Los Angeles County schools do not have any students in kinder or 1 and 2. So you'll notice that all the counts here are 0. But this is the template that they provide you. If you click through, it'll give you what's in CalPADS for the enrollment in the current year for kinder for each of these grade levels. And then what you had last year tested. And then you can put in the counts that you want for each type of assessment. If you want a Braille test or a large print test, that's also what you can order there. Of course, you only want to order a Braille or large print test if it's going to be used, because at least in the past, the cost for overages on Braille and large print were pretty significant. Supplemental orders can be done right here under orders, and you can view and track orders. SIS vendor credentialing is this is what connects you to Amazon Web Services so that parents can view in the parent portal the student score reports. So there's going to be a secret that you pull and you put into the SIS. You may have to work with your SIS staff, or maybe you have access to that in your SIS. But you'll need to put that credential in once a year into the system. If you're very new, you want to check on the date that will expire. and ensure that the expiration date is well into the distant future. You can update it before 1 year, so it might be good practice as long as you're in there to go in there and update it. Stairs, this is where you're going to input a testing incident. Most common incidents are going to be it's not resets, but extending the time for tests that have expired. You'll find the dates of the testing incident, the school that it occurred at, grade affected, test name, test type, test delivery, and then you go into the issue, potentially student information, details, and then a submission process. Each of those requires information. You're going to want to have each of these aspects ready to go, including, student IDs if that's relevant, so that you can submit all the information. Often good to Zoom with the site coordinator in charge of what happened, or have them submit. Site coordinators also have the ability to submit, and then you get a review copy in your email, and can come in and review it in here. This is for audio for paper pencil administration. That's rather uncommon, but some of you may have paper pencil administration. This is the resources tab. You'll see interim ELPAC interim assessment secure materials is where you find those. This is where you find the DFAs for the interim ELPACs. That's going to be the answer key, the rubrics for anything that's written, anything that's listening, and exemplars for speaking, so they can be scored. Reading answer key, training guide exemplars for writing. Each grade level, grade span has got a different interim assessment secure materials attached.
Can I just mention something about that, since you're
absolutely
talking about them? Just as a reminder, and I don't know 100% if we mentioned it earlier or not, but there are no Moodle requirements for using those interim assessments. And so I know that sometimes there tends to be a little bit of confusion, because when we talk about summative LPAC and initial LPAC, we're always talking about test examiners need to be, complete the Moodle requirements. And just a reminder that with like the LPAC interims, your test examiners don't need to complete Moodle in order to be able to utilize those. That being said, what Stephen is showing you there with the materials, and reading over the materials and doing kind of like the looking at some of those exemplars and things like that is absolutely a critical piece, just to make sure that they're familiar, before they're doing any of that hand scoring. So, but I just wanted to, since you were showing them that would be where you would actually find the information about how to hand score the items and what those rubrics look like. So
yeah, just so we have an idea of what a DFA is, I'm going to pull up a practice test DFA. I'm not going to pull up the secure material. So it's something that's going to look a little bit like this. And it will have the, the whole process for administering, and have rubrics and exemplars for test items that have to be hand scored or scored by the listener. So those are located, the secure materials are located in TOMS. version of it that's not secure is going to be available under the practice and training test resources. Of course, they won't be to the same tests. These resources here only go to the practice and training tests. Same thing, DFAs for initial alternate LPAC, DFAs for initial LPAC, and once we get to links, we'll come back to links. We're going to start with reports. So I'm going to go to CARS first. CARS is a feature that replaced what used to be faxes, not faxes, but FedExes that you'd get. And then those became, I believe it became emails, and then the CARS system here is an email that comes to you and your superintendent, and it will keep coming to you until you respond and indicate that the situation has been addressed. Those are when a student indicates, as it said in the presentation, write something that is of concern. You'll be notified, and you'll work with your staff to address any open student needs or concerns. This is the notification system. You have to indicate that you have addressed or are aware of a CARS incident in order to stop the emails to yourself and the superintendent. Going to reports, we talked about a few reports, completion status reports here in TOMS. Notice you have to pull a different report for each different program, as it mentioned. This is going to give you the time delayed completion status report. This is the student version or the student level, so we'll have student by student information. This is the summary report. And this is the one that's going to be a summary of each organization in your LEA. Of course, you can look at student eligibility report to see students that are eligible. That's going to be the thing that populates the homepage with the number of students who are expected versus completed. And you're going to want to use student level information here to compare against your CIS, against your teacher, understanding what the accurate number should be, just to ensure that everybody's correctly identified by all parties, by CalPADs, by teachers, by their enrollment, by the CIS, because there are opportunities at every step of the way to have errors in the data or understanding. Sites also have the opportunity to pull reports. They have a more limited number of reports that they can pull. Make sure that when you suggest to your site that they pull a report, that they actually have that access to it. This one in particular, I believe the summative LPAC student score data file is not available at the site level. Same thing for initial LPAC reports. I find this a little bit confusing because there are initial LPAC reports, I believe, here in the LA reports. So I know I can look at completion status report for initial LPAC, and initial alternate LPAC here, but I don't believe I have a completion status report here. So some of your initial LPAC reports are actually going to be under LEA reports. A little bit confusing in my opinion, but it's how it works. Once you've requested a report, by clicking the request new report button, it won't show up on the screen. It goes to this screen. This is your requested reports page. It'll show up here. If it's not ready yet, it'll let you know. If it's ready, you can click on it and pull it down. Like I mentioned earlier, these reports in TOMS, this is TOMS, are time delayed. There's another version of the completion status reports that you can pull out of the testing system, and that is right here under links. Completion status. Looks like somehow I'm out. Notice the word tied here. Notice the URL tied, Cambium. I'm going to call myself ELPAC LA coordinator here. Notice the state is here, my district is here, test administration here. Those should be populated, but maybe more complex for some of you. Here I am under completion status reports, and the one we mentioned was plan and manage testing. You can also search by an individual SSID or a group of SSID. You know, also look at test completion rates. Let's look at this. I'm going to select all my schools and use all as my group. Just gonna leave advanced search out. And notice I have to choose the assessment that I'm pulling a completion status report for. And also notice that the assessment that I'm defaulted to is one I am almost never going to pull, the Supported Balance Interim Comprehensive Assessment. So my first step after indicating the schools I want is to make sure I've chosen the assessment that I'm looking for. Notice here that LPAC summative is not here currently. The reason why LPAC summative is not here is because we are not in the testing window. CAA for science is a year-long testing window, so it's there. Interims are all there because those are within the testing window. And initial LPAC and initial alternate LPAC are also a year-long testing window, so those can be pulled year-long. Now, in the script I was reading to you, very unclear what I was talking about in this get specific area, and it said I like to use this and that to pull data. It was talking about this button, students whose current opportunity will expire, and this button, students who have started any opportunities in the selected administration. So pulling students whose current opportunity will expire, really important to see that, so that you have an up-to-date understanding of students who need to be tracked down to complete in assessment. And this gives you an idea of the status of all students who have currently started in administration. I believe this if you generate these reports, they'll give you different subsets. I believe the practice I would use would be to pull the broadest selection of all students that I could, so that I could see the status of every single student in my LEA, and compare that with what I had expected from the CERS and what I needed to do from CalPads in checking that I'd done everything. This is also the place where you can link out the teacher hand scoring system, TA interface, and things like that. The second thing we're going to look at is Moodle. In order to get to Moodle, you're going to want to have an email. And the most recently sent email was this email from Moodle support at SCOE.net or Moodle. That is in November 1st email. You should have gotten this. This is a Dear LEA ELPAC coordinator email. So if you were not the ELPAC coordinator on the 1st, you would not have gotten this. So you want to seek out whoever was an LEA coordinator at the time. If there were none, it is by default your superintendent who gets the email. So this email, wherever I made it disappear to, has got a few links and a code. Don't take down my code, but I want you to know it has a code. It says accessing Moodle keys and resources. You're going to go to this link. That's the AST site, Administration of Scoring Training site. I have no idea why there's an error. I just tried a different browser and now there's not an error, so got me. I've typed in that access code that I got from the email right there. And then I'm going to submit it. This brings me to a bunch of buttons. Notice I have initial alternate ELPAC picture cards. I can also get those in the DFAs. Initial alternate ELPAC training verification, a current list of staff who have completed training, the alternate ELPAC Moodle training site resources, alternate ELPAC Moodle training site resources for test examiners. Here's ordering for summative alternate ELPAC picture cards and summative alternate ELPAC Moodle LEA training site resources. I'm going to go here, summative Moodle training site. Once again, do not take down my enrollment keys because they will not work for you or will indicate that you're part of my LEA. But notice you have different enrollment keys for different courses. Each of these enrollment keys, notice, is a little bit different. Test examiner training and calibration, LEA certification, LEA certification for a different grade range, and trainer resources. So once I have these guys, I can go over and I can go to the Moodle website. I've created a username and password here. And you can, I believe you can self-register for Moodle, but you won't be able to see anything if you don't have any of these keys that we previously looked at. So I'm logging in. All right, so let's see if I can find a course that I have not yet enrolled in. Here's one. Speaking trainer resources for the initial ELPAC. Okay, so I'm going to go and I'm going to find that key. Training resources speaker. I'm going to pull that key and try to enroll in the course. Notice I'm going to click on view course and it's not going to let me view course. I'm going to click on the enrollment key or type in the enrollment key. And there it is. I'm in the course. that's what those enrollment keys are for. They allow you to enroll in a course, and then you can go and take the course. Here on the left-hand side is going to be your sequence of what you've done. So first thing you do is test security affidavit. Notice I did it. I've got a green dot. That'll happen for any course. The first thing you want to go and do is, as an LEA coordinator, is do the training and certification courses as LEA certification. If you haven't done the initial alternate LPAC, initial summative alternate LPAC, or the certification for the LPAC itself, you should do those certification courses. They're an excellent overview. They're required to have been done by somebody at your LEA who's a current staff member. Highly recommended that you do the LEA certification, even if somebody else has already done it. If you're responsible for doing this work, these are going to be essential to understanding what that work is. You don't have to do a certification for alternate LPAC if you don't administer any alternate LPACs, but you typically will need to do the summative LPAC. I don't know if you'll see this as well, but you can ignore that, the LAUSD only, unless you're an LAUSD. And I believe you would have to do the LAUSD only if you are a charter of LAUSD too, if my understanding is correct. But you can check with LAUSD. So that is Moodle, and that is Tom's. Are there any questions on Moodle or Tom's? As we are about to move to LPAC interims and CERS, and I'll hand it over to Stephanie to do that. Is anybody still awake? Which do charter schools need to do? Well, let's say you are a charter school that is going to administer the summative LPAC. You're going to want to make sure that you do the LA certification for the grade levels that you serve. If you serve K through 12, that one. If you just do secondary, this guy. So you're gonna do those certifications until it has a little green check on it. You don't have to do both. You can do one or the other. And then it's advised as a coordinator that you do the tested examiner training and calibration as well, but it's not mandatory. This is the thing that your test examiners are going to complete. This is what allows them to do the calibration. This is probably the easiest way to track completion and calibration for your test examiners. There are other ways, they'll tell you about it in the LA certification, that you can run your district, but I recommend using the system. It's all built for you. It tracks everything. Is that help, Tatiana?
Yep, thank you. I just, on the previous page, you said something like if you were a charter school, then you would do this one, and I missed it. So thank you.
Oh, I'm not sure if you, so if I go back to the front page, LAUSD has got their own test examiners only section. So I don't know if you're a charter of LAUSD, if you have to use that. I'm not familiar enough with LAUSD's process or why that's there. So I would check with LAUSD if you are charter of LAUSD. I know that some of our LEAs, some of our charters here in LA County, of course, are part of LAUSD.
I'm part of San Diego, so I did just the general K through 12 LEA one, and I think I'm good with that one.
That makes sense. All right, any other questions before I hand it over to your extraordinary and extremely capable Stephanie Fortunato?
Wow. I got a big intro.
It's like talking to a wall.
Ah, everyone's like, oh,
Oh my God, this has been so many hours.
information overload. Okay. I'm only going to show two things. One is CERS and one is about the interim LPAC, and then I believe we'll be closing out. So I'm going to start off with CERS. And so you can access CERS from both the CASP and the LPAC website. So from the LPAC side, I'm just going to show you here on the left-hand panel, you see here the California Educator Reporting System. And we're actually I'm going to show you the demo through the Sandbox training tool, which is a great tool to be able to use with your staff as well. It doesn't require any username or password. And so this is really where you're going to be able to house all of your data, where teachers can find data, administrators can find data, district admin can find data. So I'm going to go ahead and access the CERS Sandbox, and I'm going to go ahead and enter the Sandbox as a district administrator. So you'll have the option of teachers can maybe, play around in the Sandbox and use maybe their role. School administrators can use one of their roles. Since most of us here are LEA coordinators, we'll go ahead and enter as a district administrator. And I just want to show you what some of the reports will look like if you're going to be viewing summative LPAC data. So one of the places you can go to here is the custom aggregate report. So selecting this tab here will allow you to run different types of reports for LPAC. So you can run a yearly report. You'll see here you've got some composite score reports and such. You can enter in school name. You can look at state level comparison results. You can look at school level comparison results. You'll actually select the test here. So if I wanted to look at summative LPAC, I would select summative LPAC. And I could go ahead and select which grade levels maybe I want to say. Maybe I want to look at just K through 3. And I can select, the year here as well. And then I can go ahead and create my report. So as a district administrator, you have access to the administrator tools, which is going to go ahead and show you these custom aggregate reports that you can create here. So you can see this is going to go ahead and compare how the district did in each of those grade levels compared to the state. So you'll see you've got the grade levels that I selected. I can see the number of students that were tested. I can see how they compared achievement level comparison, average scale score, and for each of the levels, the percentage of students. I can change the percent to display the value as the number of students in each of those areas as well. So this kind of gives you an overview of that summative LPAC data that you can find in CERS. I'm going to go back to the home page here. I also have the ability to search by, let's say, maybe I want to pick a middle school. And let's say I just want to look at how did my 7th graders do at a middle school. So we'll go ahead and search here. And now when I'm actually searching by a particular middle school and grade level, I can choose, you can see it's already defaulted to grade 7 LPAC summative. I can see what my group level results look like for that school. So I can see that I have 326 students that tested. I've got the student score distribution here. I have the average scale score. I can change this display value. I can change it to number. So now I can see the number of students at each of those levels. And I can get a little bit more detail about my students. So if I want to select this show results, I can now view how my students actually performed on the summative LPAC. The system here is defaulting by the student's last name. If I go over to this column header that's titled achievement level, I can go ahead and sort this column either by ascending or descending order, and it groups my students together by their level. Same thing if I wanted it sorted by their overall scale score, I can do that as well. I'm able to go ahead and export this data as a CSV. And I know some districts like to be able to export data, put it into a different type of platform. So you have the ability to also export this data as well. I also have the ability to look at any individual student's testing history. So let's say here, James, if I wanted to actually view his test history, it's now showing me, I can look at all assessments that this student has taken or just particular ones. But now it'll give me sort of a history of that particular student. This is really great to be able to use for parent conferences and that sort of thing. So let me go back a screen. I just wanted to show you, this is a printable report. So if I wanted to print it out, I could to be able to share. But back here with that grade 7 ELPAC data, I also can look at composite level data. So I can see how the results look for those students by oral language and by written language. And I can look at domain level data. So I can see what the student score distribution is on each individual ELPAC domain. And again, anytime I want to find out more information about students, if I select show results, I can go ahead and scroll down and now I can see how each individual student performed on each of the domains. And again, maybe if I'm the teacher and I want to focus on listening, I can sort this and group my students to say, okay, maybe I need to focus on these students who are beginning to develop in listening, or I could sort the speaking or the reading to whatever really I need to, so that I can, make sure that I'm providing that support for those students. So here in CERS, going back to that home page, again, these are those administrator tools. Only site coordinators and district LEA coordinators will have access to the tools. Teachers won't be able to see these tools here, but teachers can look at those summative data reports. So CERS is also where you're going to be able to go to view data for those interim assessments. So if you're going to be using those interim assessments, there will be the interim assessment option here. It's coming soon, or you can't actually see it in the sandbox, but you'll be able to see it in the live CERS environment for the ELPAC interim as well. So they'll be able to look at those results. So any questions about CERS so far before I go to the ELPAC interim information? Okay, I know.
I have a weird question.
Yeah.
If I was a teacher and wanted to give the ELPAC IAB to my entire class in order to practice like using the accommodations and things like that, would it give me CERS data on the whole class, even if the ELPAC has not been issued to all students?
Yeah, if you're giving what's nice about those ELPAC interims is that they are available for all students. So if you're administering it to all students, and there are some students in there who are not, let's say, your English learners, the results for those other students will still show too. Any students who complete it.
Thank you.
Sure. One of the things that to keep in mind with those ELPAC interims is that there is that component that has the hand scoring that will need to be completed first. So in order to see those results here in CERS, the teacher will have to complete that hand scoring of the item in the hand scoring system. So, or in the DEI, I'm sorry, the data entry interface. So just, but yes, you can actually view all that data. Okay, so I'm going to go back to the homepage here for elpac.org. And I want to actually go towards, this is where, you can get that information on those interim assessments here. So you see here, ELPAC Interim Assessment Administration Resources. And here's where you'll see, you can get to CERS here as well, and also the sandbox. But here I'll give you some additional information about each of those interim assessments. There's a user guide here on them. I love this interim at a glance because it tells the teacher some more information about how many questions are on each interim assessment. So this at a glance document will show you that. If you have teachers who've never administered an interim assessment before, I love this quick reference guide because it just is a one-pager, shows them how to actually set up a test session. And some of our teachers haven't done that. But also really important here are the ELPAC interim assessment blueprints. So teachers who are going to be using the LPAC interim assessments this year, you'll want them to check out those blueprints in advance. So lots of good resources here on the LPAC interims. What I want to show you is how one of the questions we often get to from teachers is like, what do the questions actually look like? And so the viewing system here is really a nice way for teachers to be able to look at the interim assessment questions. So you can go ahead and select the viewing system. Now we'll ask you to go ahead and log in because all of the questions are secure. So just keep that in mind that when they are looking at them, that they are secure questions. So, you know, we don't want anyone to take the questions, put it into any other type of platform like, you know, Google or copying and pasting it into a different document. Is all not allowable. So they all have to remain within the testing platform here, but you do have the ability, you know, maybe I wanted to select, remember the LPAC interims are available starting in kindergarten all the way on up. So maybe if I wanted to pick maybe first grade, and I can see for LPAC, I've got listening, reading, speaking. I have those different domains that are here. I can go ahead and select one. I can go through the process of doing the video playback, saying, yes, I can play the sound. And then you can actually go ahead and view the questions. You could select next to actually go through what each of the questions look like. So remember, this is all secure. So you won't want to, again, put that into any other type of platform for teachers to be able to take a look at it. You want them to actually go into the viewing system here. It's really for, you know, planning, professional development, training purposes. Have your teachers get in here, start looking at the questions, because that's what's really going to help them in deciding where does it make the most sense to place the administration of them. And remember, they can also be administered over and over again. So you might want to use them as a pre-test and a post-test. You might want students in grade 3 to take an interim assessment from grade 2. So there's a lot of flexibility in how they can be used. Teachers might even want to use the interim assessments whole group, maybe in small group. They could be done in a non-standardized way. So thinking about sort of like outside the box, what is some of the flexibility for how they're going to be administered is something you're going to want to consider, because there's some options here, right? So standardized is going to be their students are sitting down, they're taking it in a way that would really mirror a summative assessment. But if you just are maybe using them to inform teaching and learning practices, you might have students work on them in pairs or in small groups, or maybe a teacher is putting one of the questions on the board and they're all working on solving it together, right? Those would be considered those non-standardized administrations, and there is the flexibility for how those can be used. So we're anxious to hear about how you decide to use them this year. It's a great resource that's really the field has been asking for quite a long time to be able to support the LPAC assessments. So we can't wait to hear from you about, you know, how did your district or charter use them this year? We're eager to hear the feedback. I don't know if anybody's used them already or had discussions about how you're going to use them, but we really can't wait to be able to hear that from you. So that's a really quick overview of CERS and also the LPAC interims. And we'd love to be able to hear any questions or maybe final thoughts that you have. And your brains are all like mush because it's so much info you've received today. Well, just know that we're here. You're going to think of something down the road, I promise you, and you're going to say, wait, what was that they said? I know they said something. Please do know that, I mean, we are all like literally like a phone call and email away. So we're really here to be able to kind of support that. Evan, I'll turn it over to you to be able to close us out for today.
Thank you. I was just going to answer Kelly's question here before she even asked it, which is we are recording within about 24 hours because we want to edit it, and we actually will timestamp the different sections. So if there's something you want to go back and watch, like, oh, I know they talked about that. We'll try to be as specific as possible so you can go back and find those sections that you need, and we'll have that posted to our Canvas page. And then we'll send out, when it's posted, we'll send out a reminder to everybody, including those who couldn't be here. Let's see. So Tatiana also has a question related to the verbiage in the ELPAC info guide as it pertains to reclassification.
My question is just, when you say experts and when the guide reads, that the decision to reclassify a student with less than a 4 has to be made by experts, are you talking about ed specialists, like our school psychologists? Like, who is there some kind of definition for expert or some kind of standard meaning to interpret?
No, I mean, I think the expertise that they're looking for is it's similar to what I posted in the chat earlier. Someone who has both the expertise on the language development, language acquisition side, and the learning disability side. So, I mean, they set a pretty high bar in that regard. So I think, you know, you'd need to have somebody who kind of straddle both worlds to weigh in, who's on your reclassification committee or who would be consulted with for that process.
So my previous district has something called a LAT team, language acquisition team, and that has to include the ELD resource teacher, an ed specialist, a general ed teacher, and last year I included our SLP as well. Is that like an expert team, or does it need to be one person who is an expert in both domains?
No, I think, you know, an expert team is fine too. I mean, I think you just want to make sure you've covered all your bases. So if you've got, you know, a mix of people whose expertise and who do collaborate, and you feel confident in documenting it, I think it's, you know, it's really they really wanted folks to be thoughtful about the process. And so if you're showing your due diligence and taking into consideration all the possibilities before determining, yeah, we're going to reclassify the student with less than a 4, then, you know, you should be fine.
Thank you.
Let's see, we had a few other questions. Mercedes, yes, it is a blur. Well, unless there are any other questions, I'm going to go ahead and wrap us up for today. We'll send you a notification. Oh, and please, let me just post it one more time. Their email will be going out shortly, but if you haven't already, please fill out this survey. It actually goes to the team from CDE and Sacramento County Office of Ed who build these things, and then we don't get the results back until, you know, there have been a fair number of responses. So we rely on everyone here to at least fill out and give us, even if it's bad, we don't care. We like to see it though. You know, we do want to hear feedback. I think we all walking away going, we have another training for CASP in a month. I think we need to build in more breaks, some movement breaks, maybe some movement and deep breathing. But yeah, so it's a lot. Thanks for bearing with us today. It was a lot of information, we know. Please do reach out with any questions you may have after the fact. And if you're not with us in December, good luck to you. Please join us for the Wednesdays at 1, our assessment teams Wednesdays at 1, starting in first week of February. Is that right? It coincides with the opening of the ELPAC assessment window, so easy to remember. And we'll send out reminders to everybody as well. Anyway, have a great rest of your day. Thanks, everybody.